All right, I think it's about time to get underway. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Another Fallout Friday, a fucking huge one too. Like, holy fuck! All right, let me let me get everything all pulled up here, and we'll rap about some stuff. You know, the backwards chair gym teacher's about to give you a pep talk, kind of talk about stuff. Okay. I gotta get caught up on some stuff real quick. We'll give it another minute or two. Let people hang on. But like, I'm here now, so like let's rap about the government. You know. Let's see. All right, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Double check this. Stream's doing good. Stream's doing good. Let me double check Twitch. Twitch is probably a little goofed up right now. I got it. So, like, I've talked about this before. I'm having this weird, not weird, but like I had this, this like ongoing thing where whenever I like start up a stream, if I have my, my VPN turned on, it'll like occasionally like, what would it be? It'll occasionally like fuck up and like disconnect and stuff like that. And so like that happened once or twice during the during last week when we were streaming Black Flag. But yeah, I just got it. I got to get back into that flow. Just making sure that I'm turning off my VPN so we don't have these weird hiccups. Okay, so that's good. So let's get rid of that. Okay. All right, good. That's good. Okay, I'm going to leave that open for just a second. Okay. I think I got everything did that I need to get did. Doot. Okay, that's good. Okay, so, let's do this. Let's load into the actual game first. That way we don't have this loud, abrasive background music going on. Because, like, you know, sure, but, like, at the same time, nah. That one, yeah. The Public Adventure. And then we'll actually talk about what what just happened today. This is a fucking huge July 2026 is a fucking crazy day, or a crazy month, a whole day, a crazy month for Fallout. You see the next expansion will be Raven Rock. So yeah, so that's what I want to talk about. One, to directly answer the question, yeah, that's a little. It feels a little. I did see it. I do want to talk about like that specifically because there are. Am I on the wrong one? Am I on Toshi? Yeah, I'm on Toshi. Yeah, we'll switch back over to Dawson. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, bitch. Okay, here's the thing. Let me switch back to Dawson. There we go. Okay. So. First and foremost, once again, hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you had a great week. Hope you're ready to have a great weekend. Today's been fucking absolutely insane. So not only did I I had like one specific video that I wanted to get out today, like one specific short, which I did. It took a little bit because there was an issue with editing. But I got a little One Piece short out. It's nothing. Where the fuck? Why am I in the mire? I wasn't in the mire last time. I was like fucking down here or something because I took fucking Nuka break or fucking Nuka shine before we ended the stream last time, and now I'm. Why am I in the mire? I didn't drop into the mire. Okay, that's kind of odd. Let me fast travel. Well, that's not great. Let's fast travel to Vault 76, and we'll go from there. They be spawning us in the most random places. I know, right? Like, what? Like, why specifically? Because again, like I said, I did drink Nuka Shine, and we popped into a new location at the end of the last week's stream, but it definitely wasn't there. So that's kind of weird. But so here's the thing. Uploads today have just been fucking weird as hell. The One Piece video I wanted to get up, which I eventually did get up, had an editing issue where apparently I fucking had the proxies for my audio, like my audio, like my speaking audio, but I apparently accidentally deleted the original audios. And while this doesn't sound interesting at all, the end result is I had uploaded something that just had the background music that I have in my I unfortunately have absolutely no idea how to say that name, but thank you for the follow. Hello indeed. So to sort of be a little more concise, is that live? Yeah, that's live. It's just not fucking working great. To be a little more concise, I uploaded a video that had my audio muted, and so it was like just the sound audio, so I was freaking out a little bit. Like, why isn't this working? It has never not worked. This is bullshit. But then I got it working. It says Viking in Norse runes. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, I thought it might have been like, because there's what is it? I can't remember the name of the text, but there's a similar thing that I've seen, like certain like letterings that I've seen used in a lot of like Judean text and stuff like that. So I thought it might have been like, you know, old Hebrew or something, but yeah, looking at it now, like, yeah, Norse runes makes a little bit more sense. But yes, welcome to the stream. We were just talking about, well, I mean, I was waxing on about my my woes and my misgivings in my editing processes. But like, basically I uploaded a video that didn't have my audio. It just had background music, and then I got hit with a copyright claim on the video. And at first I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And then I realized what happened, and it was because like I had the proxy to the original audio, but I didn't have the actual recorded audio, so I sort of had to, like, you know, do a little bit of trickery to get that working. And then fucking, like, you guys on TikTok specifically might have actually seen this, for all of the, like, I guess maybe like 10 seconds it was actually up or something. But I also uploaded a video to TikTok. Oh good, it's out of it's out of fucking content community jail. But the fucking the video that I put out talking about the huge Bethesda news that dropped today, which we are going to actually talk about once I'm done bitching and moaning about stuff that you guys definitely don't care about. What up, Mitts? The actual video that I put out, it got claimed as like, oh, like, what was it? It said, oh no, I still have the screenshot here. Let me see what it says. So because I guess I reported on the new or the huge news that we got from Bethesda, and then made a video about it and put it up on TikTok. TikTok believed that was deceptive behaviors and fake engagement, which at this, like, I'm almost 1,000% sure that was just like an AI trip or whatever, or they're like, you know, content moderation stuff got a little goofy. But yeah, that was a new experience. First time I've ever had TikTok tell me that fucking my my video's fucked up. these platforms are ridiculous with AI moderation. They really are. There was a fucking to hold on 1 second. There we go. My fucking overlay stuff is being stupid. I just need to fucking kick it a little bit and turn it back on. A little bit of a side tangent here, real quick. I don't know if you guys have seen. I don't know who here in the audience has seen Brain. Who here has seen the Backrooms movie yet? I saw it. Fantastic movie. Kane absolutely knocked it out of the park. But crazy news. Yeah, we're gonna get to that after I'm done going on side nonsense. I don't know who saw it, but the Backrooms, A24 is the publishing company, or the distributing company, I guess. They were getting some complaints by fans because there were Backrooms content that was up on the internet that was getting claimed by A24. And Kane Pixel, the director, he said, like, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. I'll look into this. And then A24 looked into it, and they put out a statement. It's like, hey, yeah, this was a mistake. We're not claiming ownership on any of this. This is a thing there where even when like Kane came into the picture, it was already an established thing. He wasn't an original creator, and then like A24 starts having this. It was like an automatic thing, right? It was an automatic flag that was flagging stuff like that. And to A24's credit, absolutely amazing that they stepped up and did the right thing. They basically put out a statement that said, like, this was an accident. It wasn't supposed to happen. It was an automated thing. We're not ever going to try to claim any Backrooms material because we understand it's part of like a bigger, larger thing, which on face value, that's absolutely incredible, especially since I believe A24 specifically is talking about how there's going to be all these other sort of like internet analog horror style like movies and stuff that they're gonna do. Cartoon Cat, the Walton Files. I think they're also doing Siren Head. They're doing a couple of them. A24 has made some pretty crazy movies these last few years. They really are. They really have. A24 is, because there's like a bunch of different, with horror specifically, there's a bunch of different ones that sort of like lean between like, oh yeah, they put out good content. Oh, they put out, okay content every once in a while. A24 has, in my experience, just been drastically consistent with the quality of productions they're putting out. So that was cool to see them like actually like step up and take accountability in that regard. But the other big news is that to like actually get on to the proper big news. I hope it doesn't end up being like the California Gold Rush. Yeah, like everybody's clamoring to like make adaptations of the of internet analog horror stuff, which like I mean like could probably be a good thing, but then like yeah, you're definitely gonna have some studios that are just gonna be like fucking milking it and don't like actually care about the creative control of the people who actually make the movies. But especially after the success that we've had from Iron Lung and the Amazing Digital Circus and the Backrooms, I'm really, really hoping that this is sort of like, the start of like major change in that regards, or at least for films being made from general sources, originating from the internet. I think I'm being optimistic. It's Hollywood, so of course it'll turn out like that. Yeah. But so the big gigantic news that everybody fucking wants to talk about, that I absolutely want to talk about, and that I'm absolutely loving, because we spent like fucking last week we had the exact same thing happen. There was the big news about the reconsolidation with Xbox, and the official announcement of maybe not official announcement, I don't remember if it was like actually official, but like the general announcement that there was going to be a new game coming out from Obsidian. This week though, we got an incredibly transparent, like public statement from Bethesda. And to the extent that it's, because I've seen some other creators talk about the announcement too, obviously, because it's a massive deal in the Fallout and Bethesda community, Bethesda generally. But I think there was more information on, well, I mean, I know there was more information in the statement about Fallout than practically anything else. But one of the videos was from Nikki, Tunnel Snakes Fool, and she sort of made it seem like it was like, this is how Bethesda is going to communicate going forward, which if it is, that's crazy. That's awesome. To me, it more read like the statement that they put out, right? To me, that more read as a what is it? As sort of like a clarification, right? Like, hey, this big thing happened with Xbox. There's a lot of new stuff. We want to, put something out there, not to clear the air, but to like, put some bullet points on stuff like this like, let's get our ducks in a row here. And it's ginormous. There are three hold on. Fallout 3 remake. Yeah. Looks like we might be getting to experience an actual nuclear winter in the Raven Rock expansion. Tell me more on that. That one specifically, I don't know as much about. I know that there is going to be an expansion, but let's talk about that. So let me actually pull it up real quick here, just to have it on my screen. But like it was one of those statements where not a whole lot was said if you're like, like really cued in, right? If you're like super cued into the actual game, or not the game, like the development process and like the news cycle and stuff like that, there wasn't a whole lot that was like brand new information. There was like a couple of new things. But for the most part, a lot of it was like, just reaffirmation, right? Let's see. I would actually like to do an Operation Anchorage, but it's an own game. That'd be crazy. I don't think that's. I mean, I know for sure that's not something that Bethesda is like currently working on, but as like a mod or something like that, that'd be crazy. But as far as the actual statements go, it was mostly broken down into, I guess technically like 4 major parts. The sort of like the non-game takeaways, right? Is that Bethesda is sort of not reconsolidating. They're constricting a bit, right? They're going to be working closer with ZeniMax for upkeep and maintenance and new content as far as Elder Scrolls Online goes. They talked a little bit in the statement about like, being excited to work with Obsidian again. There wasn't really like a lot of huge giant revelations as far as that goes. Like, we're going to be working on Obsidian. This is our game plan with them. Yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. Nothing like that specifically, just sort of like a lot of confirmations and affirmations and stuff like that. Just the whole game, the Warfront Operation. Oh, yeah. So like the first thing was like with Starfield, which like, again, a lot of this isn't like, giant news. It's like, a little bit of new stuff, but for the most part, it's like, we kind of knew a lot of this, or we could like, make a speculation on it, right? They got some new, they're still working on Starfield. They're still supporting it. They hinted at some like DLC stuff that's going to be coming out next year. It says, while preparing for the launch of the Starborn content next, let me actually read that whole sentence. As we enter year 3, we'll be continuing expansion on settled systems with the new stories, targeted gameplay improvements, and additional updates while preparing for the launch of new Starborn content next year, which that to me reads more like a DLC, like story DLC, similar to like the other major like story expansions that we got with Starfield. But it also sort of reads as, because it says like what's it say here specifically? Let me pull it back up. Targeted gameplay improvement. So that kind of makes me think that maybe we're going to be getting more stuff akin to akin to like the Free Lanes update that made the game's systems feel more, I guess, fleshed out and expansive in a sense. I'm not sure like what specifically would be getting like the big treatment. But that's pretty cool. I'm glad to see that they're continuing to support Starfield, because like you guys know, I like Starfield. It's definitely, you know, not like the most popular game ever, which is like fair, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like it's not horrible. It's just kind of underwhelming compared to some of their other games. But I'm a fan. I like it. As far as the Elder Scrolls go, again, they didn't really say a whole lot of new stuff. They are working on making Creation Engine 3, which has been something that they've been working on since Starfield's launch, and it sounds like it's, you know, again, the Creation Engine, the same thing that they've been making like pretty much all their games with for the last like X number of years. But it sounds like it's going to be more streamlined. It's going to be more refined. It's going to get like updated, you know, graphical technologies for lighting and stuff like that. It's going to, again, make the game like look better, just based on, you know, the actual Creation Engine system. So they're not making an entirely new engine, but it sounds like they're souping up the one that they've been working on forever at this point. And it talks specifically about allowing for support of multiple projects simultaneously. So that to me kind of makes it seem like these larger games that they work on, specifically Fallout 5 and Elder Scrolls 6, are going to be a little bit faster. Like they're going to be able to make them a little bit faster because they can work on like multiple things at the same time. Whether or not that's actually hinting that there's going to be other content made besides these major projects, sort of like what they have what Xbox has Obsidian doing right now, is questionable. But I think it at least hints at the possibility, even if it's a small one, right? It's like, I could see it happening, but I don't think that's what's happening, right? Fallout 5 could have been out if they didn't do Starfield or Fallout 76. Yeah, Fallout 6 could have been out at this point, but like that's not what they did. They made an online MMO, and then they made a new IP. The new Fallout game was a repurposed project. It wasn't. Everybody's talking about how, because that's one thing that I've been seeing a lot of people talking about. They're saying like, oh, you know, Obsidian was already working on something that was like basically Fallout adjacent. But after the reconstruction or the reconfiguration and everything, with Xbox, that in essence, it seems as if, what was it? Cause that was something else I saw. It was basically like somebody, I can't remember. I don't think it was somebody in my comment section. I think it was somebody in another comment section. But they basically said like Obsidian was already working on a new Fallout project. This was back when there was like reports that that Bethesda said like, no, we don't want Obsidian to be working on a Fallout project right now. So this was like, you know, a couple of years ago at this point. The effective timeline was like Obsidian was already sort of working on a Fallout project. But then Bethesda said, like, no, we don't want you to do that right now. So they had to, like, repurpose it to be not a Fallout project, but, like, similar-ish. And now the idea seems to be that they are now, like, doing, like, a complete turnaround on that, right? And it's like, you know, it started as a Fallout project, and then Bethesda said no, and then it turned into not a Fallout project. And then Xbox said yes, and so it turned back into a Fallout project. I don't believe that for a second. I think it could have been something sort of similar to a Fallout-esque experience. Maybe not like, you know, maybe not like a post-apocalyptic sort of thing, but more so in the sense that like Avowed could also be seen as sort of like a Fallout experience. in terms of gameplay, right? First person, melee and or long range combat, heavy, linear story progression, right? Incredibly generic, but could also be something that could be retrofitted in that sense. But again, I don't personally think that's the way that it went. I think that Obsidian was just because one of the things that they're talking about is they sort of had to shelve Avowed and some other project in order to now pivot to a new Fallout title, which I'm not too happy about that. I don't for everybody who's like keeping up on my videos and stuff like that. I'm not super thrilled about that. More so because like that's the company, that's Xbox telling the developers what to make. And I don't know. I just don't really dig that. Are you really playing Fallout 76? I mean, it's open. I'm not like playing it right now, but I'm talking about like all the big updates and stuff that we got today. Absolutely bonkers. Either way, it was a different Obsidian. Or this is a different Obsidian. This is Avowed Obsidian. I mean, yeah, like that's another thing that I've been seeing a lot of people like talking about, like as sort of like a downplay. They're all like, oh, like this new Obsidian, which is fucking crazy. Guys, chat. Tango Brave, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Guys, I'm like actually going like a little bit fucking insane on this, right? So the news dropped. I need to pull up my timeline here real quick. All right, so check this shit out. Fucking I'm I'm crashing out all over again. Okay, so where is it? There it is. Okay, so we more so got like the big news, like the leak that a new Obsidian game, or Obsidian was going to be making a new Fallout game, right? We got that like early in the week, like Monday, Tuesday, something like that. The first thing that came to mind, mostly because of like, actually not even, well, it funnily enough, it all started when somebody in my Discord shared like a video that a completely different content creator made. That was all like, oh, Fallout's going to be woke and gay, or like what, like gay and cringe or whatever. And the fucking thumbnail, I showed it to you guys last week. Like the thumbnail goes so insanely hard because it's like, the NCR, soldier on the box art, standing, in front of like an epic, LGBTQ pride flag, and there's like lightning and shit going off in the background. It's crazy. It goes so insanely hard. It's absolute fucking like AI dog water slop, about, the most fucking just like repugnant recycled bullshit that anybody could ever create. This whole fucking anti-woke dumbassery. But like the thumbnail goes fucking insane. But sort of based off of just that thumbnail, I put out a video talking about the whole, like, this, that, and the other thing. The major bullet points were people were already going to start, or content creators specifically, mostly in the anti-woke sphere, we're going to start downplaying, not start, but more so heavily ramp up downplaying Obsidian because Avowed was underwhelming, and they have a whole fucking agenda against, I don't know, fucking type 1 and type 2 body sizes. I don't fucking know. But like, I predicted that they were going to do that. I predicted that the actual release of the game was going to be muted because of those sort of like Bethesda sucks, anti-woke content creators, stuff like that. But then also that because the team was now smaller and it's not the same team that worked on New Vegas, that was going to be downplayed. Or that was also going to hamper the overall perception of the I'm joking, of the game's release. And in that time period, since that was on the 14th, so that was like 4, 5, 6, 7. So that was 3 days ago, 4 days ago, right? In that time period, I sort of expected this to be like maybe like a month from now, right? That's already started happening. I called that shit immediately. And I was sort of like a little bit late to the game on that one, like maybe like a day late, right? But like it's insane to watch this stuff like happen in real time after like calling that shit so hard because it's like I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around it, right? Because there's I don't know. There's so many people online, like content creators and stuff, that are one following trends, which they are apt to do. That's how content creation works. But then just fall into such a powerful like grift. It like fucking with the whole like Avowed and stuff, right? It's like chronically internet. I mean, it's like partially that, but then it's partially like, oh, like because it's like we have known for a long time that that Obsidian today is not the same Obsidian that made New Vegas. We've known that for a long time, but for that to be sort of like the onus for like this is like the perfect or this is an indicator that it's not going to be the same as New Vegas. Yeah, we know. We've known that for a while. And, they cite like the recent games, right? Like Avowed and then fucking Outer Worlds 2. I don't know what the whole shtick with Outer Worlds 2 specifically is. Or not Outer Worlds 2, but the Outer Worlds series in general, right? 1 and 2. Because from what I remember, the Outer Worlds 1 was like super popular. Like maybe not like, mega popular, but it was pretty popular. Am I wrong on that specifically? Because I never really got into Outer Worlds myself. So that specifically I just don't have a frame of reference on. I don't know about all that. I just want a new good Fallout game. After all of this, Fallout 76 doesn't count for me. And that's like another weird thing. Like I mean, this, like, it's not like a giant thing, but like, I don't really get all these people who are just like, oh, I don't consider Fallout 76 to be a Fallout game. And it's like, I don't know what to say to that, because it's really like, well, it is. I'm sorry you don't think it is, but it is. 76 isn't even Fallout, bro. Yeah, it is. There was something else. It may not be the same, but there sure is a couple of good guys at the top. No, yeah, especially at like Obsidian specifically, because like it's technically like a different studio that like is a part of Obsidian, like their East branch or something like that, right? But the team that's making Grounded is like crazy good. Grounded is a crazy good game. The story is like it's okay. It's not really meant to be like a crazy like epic adventure or anything. It's more of like an okay tier story, but it is also a survival crafting game, right? So like that's sort of the major focus, and the story is sort of like the secondary thing, which is fine. I think that's fine. Of course, I'm always somebody who has relied more on like the gameplay experience as opposed to the story. Like that's what I play games for the most part. There's some games that just naturally lend themselves to to storytelling, and some that just lend themselves better to gameplay. Don't get me wrong, Fallout 76 is a Fallout game. I just don't like it. That's fair. It's definitely like not a game for everybody. And even somebody who like has played this since launch, will admit like it's not the greatest thing. But for me specifically, that's more so because I'm not the biggest like online fan. So I don't really jive with a lot of the like mechanics. But again, that's a online thing. How to explain it? I mean, it's not a single player. Oh, okay. It doesn't follow much of what Fallout is. It's a good multiplayer game with friends, but it doesn't stand out as a Fallout game. What do you mean stand out? Like it doesn't stand out as a Fallout? Like it's not like exceptional. It's not like amazing. Is that the measurement for whether or not a Fallout game is a Fallout game? If it's getting like giant accolades or like critical, like not critical acclaim, right, but like 98 99 on Metacritic, is the fact that it's an underwhelming game experience the major factor that determines whether or not an official Fallout release is actually a Fallout game? Like, it doesn't seem like a Fallout game. Yeah, and that's what I'm asking. What specifically are you talking about? I mean, not to like, not to like press or anything, but like, me personally, I don't fully get that, because I've asked people that like a lot, and I never really get like a straight answer, or at least I don't like remember ever getting a straight answer. But like, it gets talked about like intermittently. Fallout 76 has its flaws, but it's a fun game. It's all right, it's decent. It's a good sort of like knocking around kind of game. Have you heard of some of the people at Obsidian working on a Fallout project? Yeah, we were actually talking about that. What is it? That was part of what today's like big Bethesda announcement was, right? Not going into like, crazy details about the Obsidian project, but more so confirming like, yeah, we're working on it. Which, it's something. Very linear because it's an online game. I would probably argue that it was a lot linear when the game first dropped, and there was sort of like everywhere was sort of like level listed, right? Like this was like the forest was the beginning area, the Toxic Valley was like the next area, and then you went for the Ash Heap, and then the Savage Divide, yeah, et cetera, et cetera. It's expanded since then, so like everything is like leveled to the player, so you can kind of just like go in any direction and do anything. I don't know. Maybe we have different interpretations in that specific sense as to what linear means. Because for me, linear is either like the way like the gameplay is set up, like like the old Metal Gear Solid games, right? It was like level after level after level, something like that. Or narratively linear, like with Fallout New Vegas, to where the story took you in a very specific direction around the game's world. But you still sort of have that gameplay freedom to go in like any direction, but the story takes you in a very specific direction. Mostly political satire. Wait, maybe I missed something here. Mostly political satire RPG, and I feel like Fallout is single player as well. Well, Fallout historically has been single player, so that's fair. And again, a lot of the sort of like general begrudgment of Fallout 76 is because it's something different and it's an online experience, and that's fine. Like I think I just mentioned a little bit ago how that's like my biggest gripe with the game, because I'm not really an online player. Yeah, pretty much. But then what do you mean, like, mostly political satire RPG? What do you mean by that specifically? Because I've also heard a lot of people, because, like, that's another thing that pops up every once in a while. Like, like, Fallout was never political, right? Or more so specifically, like, Fallout was never woke, which is, like, an entirely different, separate sort of ish conversation. But there's all these conversations like, oh, Fallout was never political. And then they point to like the first couple of games, right? And it's like sure, maybe the narrative was like a little bit less like in your face political, but I don't know. Any game that starts off, any story that starts off in the prologue showing, American soldiers committing a war crime on an invaded populace, that feels political. Right? That feels very political. I always fucking hate talking about him because I never want to actually give him spotlight. But there's this guy in the follow confessions. Thank you for the follow. Always political. Most of the times. I can't wipe out or take over either side because it's an online game. Yeah, it is. You are sort of like held into like, you can't like eviscerate like the settlers or the Brotherhood or like the Crater Raiders and stuff like that. And like, I get that. Again, I feel like a lot of the major gripes with Fallout 76 all sort of lead back to the fact that it's an online experience. So it's a bit more constrained in what you can do in like a storytelling player interaction kind of way, right? Always has been political, but saying it's just an exact. Hold on, I might be misreading this because my brain doesn't always function right, so I want to make sure I'm getting this okay. Uh, Always has been political, but saying it's just an exact agenda would be incorrect. An exact agenda would be incorrect. Saying it's just an exact agenda would be incorrect. I don't. My brain's not processing that specifically. Can you rephrase that in a different way so that my dumb gamer brain can understand my low IQ sludge face? When people say I miss when games weren't political, the majority of the time they mean stop bringing 2026 current topics into games. Yeah, and yeah, and I don't know. I don't understand like that perspective specifically. Like I kind of get how some people come to that conclusion, right? Because there is sort of like the argument like, oh, I don't want to be like, currently reminded of like what's going on in the world or like connected directly to like stressors of like the real world and like video escapism and stuff like that. I get that to an extent, but then there's also some stuff where it's like this has been stuff that's been going on for like decades at this point. It just so happens to still be going on, and to tell a story around those topics, I don't inherently see where it's like where it's like a giant issue. Same people who say Fallout wasn't political are the same people who say Cyberpunk isn't political. I can't fathom how some people would say that Cyberpunk isn't political. And this is speaking as somebody who never actually finished the main story of Cyberpunk. I didn't even get fucking close. I don't know what it was, but like that shit just didn't click with me. It just didn't click. I don't know. But like to say that's not political, that's crazy. Compared to other Fallouts, it's for sure. Okay, hold on. Compared to other Fallouts, it's for sure. Okay, yeah. It for sure is lacking, but it's honestly an okay game. Yeah, and like that's what I'm saying. There is a decent amount of stuff you can be critical about Fallout 76 for. A lot of them I would probably agree with, but like it's not horrible. It's an okay game. Yeah, as a game, is decent. Yeah. Let me run back on that because I think I had a train of thought that I was going with. No, okay, fair enough. Heard about the new Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 getting a remaster. Yeah, okay, so that's another thing I wanted to talk about. I kind of got derailed with what we were originally talking about. So as far as like Fallout, like today's like big announcements, right? The big thing was obviously the remaster for Bethesda doesn't have New Vegas's source code. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've heard that brought up once or twice before. Here's the thing. I wanna because this is something that I also sort of had to be like reminded of after I heard like that specifically. Bethesda doesn't have Fallout New Vegas' source code. That got thrown around. I think Chris Avalon made that claim when he did like an interview with TKS Mantis, which is a very odd claim, right? So let me walk you through the process that I had when I heard about that news. At first I was like, oh man, that's kind of a bummer. That means they'd have to either like completely rebuild everything for Fallout New Vegas, or they would have to, like in some way figure out how to like retrieve the source code, right? But then I stopped, right? And I had a real big think about it. I hit the thinker's pose on him, and I'm like, hold on. Bethesda hired Obsidian to make a Fallout game. Cool. And effectively what they did is they gave them access to the exact same engine that they had for that they used for Fallout 3 in which to make this new game. Obsidian made like, a couple of new things, mostly assets. I don't think they really made anything like hugely big in terms of like world design or like the systems or anything like that. But effectively, what Obsidian made is just a giant Fallout mod. It's in the exact same engine. It's running on the exact same nuts and bolts. They have a couple of unique assets and stuff, but like it's the same game as Fallout 3. So Obsidian does though. So that's the thing too. Obsidian could still have the source code for Fallout New Vegas. I would argue they probably do. They most likely do. But again, you have to remember, Fallout New Vegas is effectively just a giant mod or a giant expansion pack for Fallout 3. And since it was made on the exact same engine as Fallout 3, what source code is there that Bethesda would not already have because it's being made on the exact same engine that they gave Obsidian the rights to work on to make New Vegas? I don't understand what this whole conversation, oh, Bethesda doesn't have the source code. The game was made in the engine that they built and they used. So unless they gave Obsidian a completely different version of the engine in which to make the game, why would they not have the source code? That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm glad Bethesda and Obsidian are teaming up. Yeah, me too. That's gonna be gas. There's a lot of people who are saying like, oh, like it's not the same. I mean, it is not the same, developers as like the original games, but like a lot of people are downplaying it, like, oh, Avowed was bad, Outer Worlds too bad, this, that, and the other thing. But it's like, it's still like, it's still Obsidian, and they still have the direction of New Vegas, or not New Vegas, of Bethesda. So it's like, it's gonna be gas, like regardless. Just because Obsidian made like a couple of new, like a new independent IP, which had its own issues, because if I remember correctly, Avowed was intended to be an online multiplayer or like a co-op experience that at like the last second they had to sort of retrofit into a single player experience. Yeah, that didn't go over too well, but like, I don't know. It seems like people are saying that like, because the last two games were underwhelming because this guy told me to. Like, I see mostly a lot of like heavy criticism from the people who already hate Obsidian because they're like, fucking anti-woke, or they just don't like modern games writ large. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest fan of Outer Worlds 2 specifically. I played it a little bit. It was okay. It was pretty decent. I didn't get super far because, I don't know. I'm not really the biggest fan of Obsidian's like built tall as opposed to built wide approach to game design, specifically when it came to the Outer Worlds, because I'm also not really super interested in being in playing the Outer Worlds. I don't know. It just never clicked with me. Do you think that the remaster will release together or on separate dates? I've seen some creators talk about how they think that Fallout 3 will drop first and then New Vegas will drop some point after that. I kind of think that they're probably going to drop together during next year's Fallout Day experience. That's the live broadcast at Washington, D.C. they talked about. I think that's probably what's going to happen. So being anti-woke makes someone completely incorrect? Absolutely not. I've had I've heard a couple of arguments from again, quote unquote anti-woke, because I think that more specifically is just like not really like a gotcha term, but like an easy label that sort of gets applied to a lot of these different creators. But for the most part, there are a lot of arguments that, again, quote unquote, anti-woke content creators make that I kind of agree with, or at the very least can see the rationale behind their arguments. I'm trying to remember specifically. I've talked a decent amount about the Real Game Awards, which, to be clear, I think is just an absolute fucking joke. But Stuttering Craig, I've heard a couple of things that he said both during the showcase and then in like separate things. And then I think there's another content creator that I heard, again, a couple of like quote unquote anti-woke comments that would be, because it's interesting. There is a lot of like, from that community, there is a lot of like valid concern and criticism about like, the way games are made, specifically when it comes to like, people are just like sitting on IPs. You know, there's a lot of decision making that is not being made by the creatives that make these games. A decent amount of stuff. But then it's like, I don't know, just every time I see somebody like popping up and be like, oh, fucking, you know, that I can't remember the name of the content creator, but there was one creator that when I was like going through and like getting thumbnail pictures and stuff like that for one of the shorts I made this week, he popped up and it was like, oh, fucking like Obsidian's Fallout game is going to be like a cringe woke fest or something like that. And it's always more so specifically these content creators that make these videos where it's like, oh my God, it's agenda driven because there's fucking like trans and like gay people in Fallout and stuff. I can't remember what specifically the comment was, but I remember somebody on one of my videos this week said something to the effect of like, oh, fucking like Fallout 76 is like just shoving like, I again, I don't remember if this is specifically what they said, but they were effectively like, Fallout 76 is just constantly shoving like LGBTQ theory down our throats. And like, and I've also seen this other running commentary where like, it's okay for like, you know, there be gay people and stuff in games and stuff, but I don't need them fucking like constantly preaching to me like why, you know, their lifestyle or whatever is like okay and acceptable. And it's like fucking like kind of a little bit besides like Veilguard, I haven't seen fucking any game that has like done that. I could be just like overlooking specific games, but especially with like Fallout, literally the only time I can recall where that has been like a major part of like the main plot line is in Fallout 76 with one character specifically, Burke, who's a member of the Crater Raiders. And his whole story is like, you know, they're non-binary. And so like, there's like, you know, they're originally talking about like, oh, you know, I was like, you know, this is how I identified before. It never really felt right. People were always sort of like, you know, cheesing on me a little bit. And then I fell into this identity where it's more like, you know, I'm again, sort of like gender fluid, probably. That's more so how Burke reads to me. But like, you know, this is the identity I feel comfortable in. But that specifically is leaning into this much bigger story about one of the ways in which a lot of the people who joined the Crater Raiders were doing it more so for a sense of like freedom and community and you know, acceptance and stuff like that they weren't receiving in their old lives and stuff like that. It's been a while since I engaged with that story specifically, so I may be misremembering a lot of it. But it's not like it's not like Burke. You just walk up to Burke and they start talking about like, oh, like I used to be like this and now I'm like this, and like if you don't fucking like it, like you can go fuck yourself. And it's like, what? Like that doesn't happen. And like, oh, there's like, you know, LGBTQ flags and stuff like that in 76. It's like, okay, sure. They're like, it's fucking cosmetic shit. It's not like the story. It's not like a big part of the story. I don't get it. Raiders stink. Worst faction ever. Fair. I don't know. There's some characters in the 76 Raider community that I kind of like. What was it? There's like a super mutant, and then there's some other guy. Again, it's been a long time since I played that storyline, but there was a super mutant guy. There was some other guy who was more like a what was it? He was sort of like a shyster, he's very charismatic. I can't remember the name though. But yeah, it was the again to get back onto it, that sort of stuff. Like they're all talking about like, oh my God, fucking, you know, Assassin's Creed has a black samurai and shit like that. And then like, oh fucking what's that new Naughty Dog's game? It's like Hyperspace fucking what is it? Hyperspace Heretic or something like that. There was like a trailer that was shown with like a woman with darker skin and like, you know, a shaved head and stuff, and fucking Twitter just like melted down over like, oh my God, there's a woman in my fucking video game and she's black and not attractive, and like all that shit, all that stuff specifically, and the whole like anti-woke commentary stuff. That's so stupid. Like fucking like again, there's some things that they talk about in those again like anti-woke commentary stuff that I'm just like again a little bit in agreement when it comes to like oh you know like player responsiveness and like how games are designed and stuff like that. I kind of get behind that, but it's like a lot of this just like absolute oh my god it's a woman, it's a black guy, it's a gay person and stuff. It's so fucking cringe. It's so embarrassing. Like the fucking that video game that Andy Pants made that was all like fucking AI generated fucking trash and fucking he had AI generated CSAM in the game and then all fucking like oh I'm dedicating this to my daughter and it's all about how some fucking like dude bro janitor goes on some like it lives in like oh fucking like liberal utopia and like everybody's gay and fucking like they're teaching oh critical race theory in school. All that's just such fucking performative bullshit and I just can't take it seriously. I cannot actively choose to live in a world where there are people who are that unserious. Like I can't accept a reality where there are people going around who are not as smart as me. More so specifically, like I like I feel like I'm pretty like up there and stuff like that. But like I can't I can't live in a world that is like you know there are people who are this unserious. I reject it outright. So anytime there's anybody who's like fucking talking shit like that, like, oh my God, there's a gay person. And it's like their rationale is like just that. I can't take them seriously. I just can't. It would be a great name for a hyperspace heretic. Yeah, it's something like that. I can't remember specifically. Can a fella hate virtue signaling? I mean, like, yeah, there are some writing where it's like the narrative messaging of the game is just not handled well at all. What was it? There was fuck. It was one of those games that everybody was like talking about a year or two ago because like oh my god it's so bad. It wasn't it wasn't that Overwatch clone. It was I can remember like stuff that happened in the game. Like they had like powers and like their words had like a physical reaction on the world. I can't remember what it was. I want to say sand something, but I'm 100% sure that's not right. Oh no, it was Dustborn. That's it. Dustborn. Yeah, I watched some of the like gameplay and like story stuff of like Dustborn specifically. I just didn't feel like that. Like I could see what they were going for with a lot of the like narrative storytelling and like the points of like certain characters. I just didn't think it was handled very good. I thought it was like very crass and very like on the nose and like a little bit mean spirited. That kind of shit. Like nah. Nuh-uh. I can that's one of the rare things where I can get with on the whole like again quote anti-woke side where it's like yeah that just wasn't done very well. What up bro? What up country boy Ty? How's it going? Let's see. Honestly I don't have a problem with how AI affects artists, but I do have a problem with how it affects the environment. What do you mean? Like how AI affects ours, the environment, like the game development environment? I assume that's what you're talking about there specifically. I think doing so would bring along much more than just updating power. Yeah, like a remaster. Like that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like because the new games are going to be a remake. I feel like it's probably going to be like they're going to use like power cores and stuff like that. They're just going to add like that mechanic into the new games, into the remasters, similar to how they added, and I believe this is what they did. Anybody who played the original Oblivion can correct me if I'm wrong. How they added sprinting into the remaster of Oblivion. I feel like Bethesda is going to sort of do do that, right? They're going to they're remasters. No, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think that what they're going to do, because a remake is just like rebuilding the game completely, whereas a remaster is effectively just like putting a shiny gloss over the game, like they did with the Oblivion remake. But I feel like they're going to bring some of the more modern gameplay elements, like their updated not messaging, but like the way power armor works with fusion cores, and then obviously like sprinting, right? I feel like they're going to bring both of those games into, or both of those mechanics into the remasters of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, just to stay a little bit more lockstep with what they currently have. I'm so happy about the Fallout News twin. Hell yeah, it's gonna be fucking gas. I genuinely hope that the rumors about Raven Rock is real. I'm also in love with your model, dude. Thanks. I got a real good artist, and then did the most fucking like bare bones, fucking like nothing rigging possible, because I don't know how to do it. No, like the Earth, the place we live in, data centers and water. Oh, yeah, the data center stuff. Yeah. I've talked a little bit about this. There's some things I think AI is good for, and some things that I think it shouldn't be used for, like AI, like image generation and voice and stuff like that. I don't like that. I think for coding and stuff, it's a little different, but like, yeah, the fucking AI data bullshit, like the data centers, is just fucking dog shit. You guys probably heard about that like family that's getting like pushed out of their home in order to make way for like an AI data center. And that might not be the first, but it's definitely not going to be the last, because they want to build that giant one in like fucking middle of asshole nowhere, Iowa or some shit that's going to be like 3 times larger than the closest town. That's fucking absurd. But yeah, that was another thing. For Fallout 76 specifically, there's going to be a major content update next year, I believe. Where is it? Let me double check here. No, game. There we go. Okay. Fallout 76 continues to be in home. We have a major Fallout 76 expansion model. Yeah, planned for next year, Raven Rock, a prequel to Fallout 3 story. So there's going to be new content in Fallout 76 centered specifically on the Enclave that's going to be a prequel story to Raven Rock, which specifically, because this is set so long before the start of Fallout 3, is most likely going to be, and I actually read up about this recently, the evolution of, the evolution of the original Zax computer that eventually created the identity of John Henry Eden. So I could probably see either the Zax computer from Vault 51, becoming the same AI that eventually turned into John Henry Eden, or some kind of AI system, most likely not Modus, some kind of AI system under Enclave control that we in the story eventually get hinted at will turn into John Henry Eden. That's what I think. A lot of people have issue with the art. Let me see. I gotta switch over here real quick. Let's see. Better aiming in Fallout 3. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. I'd have to have power armor workshops. Gotta slide up. Gotta slide up again. Where is it? I genuinely hope the room. Oh no, that's read that one. They have to have power armor workshops, either PA pieces or one PA piece. I feel like that they could probably like maybe get away with not doing, like maybe not include power armor customization and like parts and stuff like that. But like at the same time, like if they do that, that'd be awesome. A lot of people who have issue with the AI art are just mad they can't make money doing commissions. That is absolutely not correct. You actually just previously stated a pretty solid reason why not liking AI art is, unrelated to your claim. You literally just talked about how data centers are destroying the environment and stuff, and guess what they're using data centers for primarily? AI art. Maybe not primarily, but like a big part of it. AI is decently useful for my job, support engineer, but it still has a major annoying drawbacks. Yeah, I went to a local what was it? I went to a local event last night for game designers in Portland, and one of the guys I talked to there is also is like a C# coder, and he has to use AI to his job too. And it's one of those things where like he sees a lot of the like practical applications that it could have in like engineering and like AI or like coding specifically. But it is still like is not super thrilled about it. So you know, it is what it is. Last 76 thing was shit. Ohio expansion was so shit. I don't think so. I kind of liked it. More so like the world space itself. I felt the world space was a much more return to form for what I think a lot of people usually think of Fallout, like the environment of Fallout, right? As being very sort of desolate, barren, a lot of like old crumbling ruins and stuff. A lot less like, you know, greenery like in the forest or like some of the like crazier stuff like the environments in the cranberry bog and the mire. There is, I'm pretty sure, going to be more content. Well, I mean, there's definitely going to be more content because we never actually got like the conclusion of the Rust King's whole story. It feels like it ended on kind of a cliffhanger. And then there's an area like somewhere over here that we can't actually walk into, which is very odd. Like this whole area is like boxed out for some reason. So that kind of makes me think that there's eventually going to be more content and there's going to be something new going on in like this general region, which I think is pretty cool. That's going to be dope to check out. Whoops. Got stuck. There we go. Waypoint place. I don't want to place waypoint. Remove. There we go. Dude. Gotta slide back a little bit. You should try Fallout 76. I think you'd really like it. You must be talking to somebody else because we're in Fallout 76. Unless you're like, you should play the game. You should probably enjoy it. In which case, it's like, yeah, you're probably right. I should probably be playing the game. 76 ain't too bad, but it's more Borderlands than Fallout. Camp building is neato. Yeah, that was another thing. I mean, I again talked about this a little bit before. There's definitely things that I don't like about the game, but overall it's pretty solid. They could trade the need for different parts and workshops in the power armor in exchange for the need of training perk. I could see that. That's another thing that I think a lot of people are still sort of like questioning, like what they're going to do with Fallout 76, or not Fallout 76, but like with the remasters and stuff, like what they're going to do as far as power armor. And that could be a decent balance. That could be a decent balancing system. Only reason I dislike AI being used for art is because of how easy it is for AI users to steal other people's hard work. That's valid. That's really valid. I think that's probably like the bigger thing that most people have an issue with when it comes to AI. Is just like how it's trained is literally just like stealing people's original work off of the internet and then turning around and making money for that, or making money off of it, right? Because this is another fucking thing. This is incredibly topical, actually. There is a mod in the creation catalog for Fallout 4 right now. Everybody lock in real quick. There's a mod in there for Fallout 4. It's like Perk Ascension or something. I think that's what it's called. But it's being sold for 600 atoms, which is like $6, something like that. I always forget what the points are for that. It's being sold for fucking, 600 fucking creation widgets or whatever. But it's using AI art in its thumbnail, which is wild to me. If you're using AI art or AI anything in like a free to utilize passion project, or just like, here's a thing that I made, right? Here it is. Have fun. You can play it. You can tinker with it, whatever. I also used AI art for the thumbnail. That's one thing, right? Sure, that's fine. But to charge fucking $6 for a mod that you probably didn't even make yourself, and using AI thumbnail at the same time, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely insane. Again, if it was free, I can see some wiggle room with that. But if you're charging for that, nah, that's not it. That ain't it. That's fucking scummy. That's gross. Yeah, the Rush King story. There we go. Was so man, the whole area was glitchy. There was like some glitches in the when in like the early days, but I think a lot of that has been smoothed out now. Or maybe I just didn't ever really like notice them. But yeah, the Rush King stuff definitely feels like it's like half of the story that's all like unfolding in Ohio, which like again like hey, more content. I'm game. I'm down for that. Oh, as an artist and a world builder, I don't post my work online, but I do ask. But I do ask for advice on various sites. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go about doing it because it's so jank. You gotta give us a camp tour. I could definitely do that. I haven't fucking updated my camp in like years because I just feel like I got a really good flow going. But yeah, I could show you. They should keep the power armor training. Surprised people are only noticing now. I mean, you know, I think that's still like a big question about like what's actually going to be in the game, like how much they're going to update the remasters and stuff to be in line with the newer games. We talked about college football 27 stuff. No. You see the new announcements of Fallout today? Yep, we've actually been talking about that. We've talked about the new stuff with like Obsidian, the announcements of the remasters, the Raven Rock expansion, which is coming to Fallout 76. What was another? I'm looking at the page here. While not announced today, I've been working on remasters of Fallout 3 in New Vegas. Oh yeah, the Fallout Shelter TV show thing that is still like sort of being worked on. That's not like new. We've sort of kind of known about that for a little bit. It seems like it's going to be like a reality show kind of thing. And it sounds pretty dope. I'm kind of interested to see what they make of that, especially since it's being made by, you know, with Kilter Films, the same people that made the Fallout TV series. And I really like the Fallout TV series. It's not the greatest thing ever, but like it's pretty up there. It's pretty solid. And then what was the Fallout Day broadcast next year? Taking a break this year, coming back 2027 for like a big 30th anniversary thing. That's huge. That's pretty dope. Or do you talk about scummy business practices and I just mean SAP? That's fair. I'm like there's college football stuff is always fucking, especially since college football is made by EA, right? If I remember correctly, and EA is just always on some shit. It's just always on some shit. I assume Fallout 4's power armor would be too OP for Fallout 3 in New Vegas, as the game's balancing weren't designed for that idea. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I think there is a lot of questions about like how they're going to, I mean, like even if they just made it to where like it's just like, you know, the original one, we just sort of like souped up the design a little bit, but it's still like effectively just like a denser suit of armor. Okay. It's effectively just like a denser suit of armor. I could see that. That'd be I think that'd be okay. Again, I think it's kind of like up in the air on how much new stuff or how much tweaking they're going to do with the original game or like with those games based on you know, where they are in the modern. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be great either way. That's what I think. Let's see. What am I looking at? What are they talking about? They moved way too quickly. Progress and added a paid progression to single player. Oh, for the college football thing. Yeah, I think I actually remember seeing something about that specifically. I had an old housemate who had some basketball thing, and like the like single player like career mode stuff was like really like grindy and like super what was it? Like super microtransaction-y. Like it was very much like pushing you into like buying stuff in order to like make the game progress faster, which again, it's EA. I'm absolutely not surprised. Like not even a little bit. It's like if you kill the Enclave soldier near the Forge, Fallout 4, then you get your hands on endgame level power armor, usually level ERF. Yeah, something like that. I think, again, there's like a whole balancing thing, especially since like it's an older game with a different design style. But I think that's definitely a major question. And either way, I think it's gonna be pretty good, pretty solid. Let's see. It could work like that Titan in the New West mod. I played the New West mod. It's not done yet. I played the demo though, but I don't remember the Titan specifically. But yeah, more of like a you jump into it kind of thing. And you just like, pilot it like a mech of some sorts. I can see that. Let's see. Okay. They're adding Raven Rock in the expansion, and the presentation, and the pretense for a prequel story. Yeah, that's another thing that we talked about. I think it's going to be I think that the expansion, like that story, is probably going to drop either a little bit before Fallout 3 or sort of like at the same time as kind of like a synergy thing, like you experience the fucking story of Fallout 3, and then like here's like you want to see more, you can fucking experience the prequel shit in Fallout 76. I could see that as being like the way they go about it. Let's see.
Wanna buy some junk?
Don't be rude. Don't be rude in my chat. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like I don't know what it's going to be. Like it's obviously going to be like incredibly Enclave heavy if it has anything to do with Raven Rock, but like I'm stoked. It sounds like it's gonna be dope. Okay, so as far as like the game goes, like story wise, we kind of have to, and I know I'm still on the thing. I gotta switch back over to it. We're still kind of like here, but we need like another holotape or something. Like another one of the Overseer's holotapes. So we're gonna like kind of make our way down here. I'm pretty sure there's a holotape here as well. But I think we need another one before we can like do stuff here. Let me. Oh, it's so fucking hot in my room. My fucking computer goes way too fucking power hard. And it just fucking like. Well, actually, it's mostly just because I have a small room and like there's not very good air circulation. Let me see here. Where is the okay, so I'm going the wrong way. I need to go south. There we go. There's direction. I got the right. Now I got the right heading, right? Oh shit, no. Fucking wrong thingamajig. Let's see. I couldn't get into Fallout 76, but I hope that it's fun for everyone who does play it. I mean, it's definitely one of those things where, like, I've talked about it a couple of times over the stream, actually. It is, me specifically, it's not really, like, there's a lot of systems that I'm not really, like, the biggest fan of. Like, the way the, some of the quests play out, and then also some of the, what is it? Like a lot of the stuff around like the legendaries and like the like higher tier armor and stuff like that. It all has a very sort of like fucking, oop, I gotta switch to the right window here. Sorry. There we go. It all has a very like, ow, don't shoot me. Bam. I'm not on my all powerful build. I'm liable to get murdered. In fact, I actually might get murdered. Oh shit. Oh no. I'm not going to use a stim pack. I'm going to just let myself die. Because, like, I'll worry about that later. But, yeah, like, just a lot of the, like, online functionality stuff, like, the way it's designed for online play. I'm not super into that, but, like, the world is fucking insanely well done. The story's, like, okay. Like, it's pretty decent. Like, that's kind of one of the reasons we're playing on, like, a new build. Just to like re-experience the story from like a new person's perspective, and just to like revisit and whatnot. But like it's pretty decent. a lot of the issues that I have with the game, and I think a lot of other people have with the game, are mostly related to the fact, like, it all draws back to being an online game, right? That sort of changes the tone of a lot of the world design and whatnot. And that's what I think. That's my opinions. Let's see. Saw somebody bring up the point that they toxically like that it's going to be a competition between Fallout 5 and Obsidian's Fallout game, that whoever's game is better might change who holds the IP. To that point, like whether like the success of Fallout, whatever Fallout Obsidian game is going to get made, even if it's like the greatest thing in the world, right? It's absolutely not. It's not going to change who holds the IP. Bethesda is still going to hold the IP regardless. And I would argue that Obsidian doesn't even really want to hold the IP. I kind of doubt a little bit that they even want to work on a new Fallout game. Like, Josh Sawyer specifically has said he's open to the idea of a new Fallout game, but he's probably a lot more interested in working on, you know, Obsidian's titles, right? Like, they were making Avowed 2 before they got, you know, pushed over to make, you know, this new Fallout game. And then they probably still want to work on Grounded. And then there's like the Pillars of Eternity game that they wanted to work on. And I, again, imagine are still going to work on or are working on. But I don't think that the studio at all wants to work on a new Fallout title. They want to work on their stuff. Josh is open to working on a new Fallout title. He's probably actually excited for it, but the studio in general, I don't know. I feel like they want to work on their stuff. Let's see. Oh, shit. God damn it. The exact same thing happened again. I looked off the screen for 5 seconds and got accosted by the fucking commie bots. I'm gonna die. That's fine. Give up. Actually, I'll hold on. Well, whatever. Okay, let me see. Respawn. There we go. Wanted. Oh, somebody else. I thought they were wanted because they killed me. I'm like, I didn't die by a player. Quite a big part of the appeal for me is the fact that it's one of the few console games that actually has mod support. The only other game that I think of is Farming Simulator. Yeah, that's fair. Modding is definitely a huge part of the Fallout community. No secret, Bethesda is kind of lacking in technical competence. Technical, yeah, like a little bit, but like their world design is like huge. Like, I would argue that's probably like their best aspect. What do you think is the canonical amount of nukes launched in Fallout 76? At least one. At the very least one. Upwards, probably maybe like 5, right? Because, like, we know at least one was launched because the Scorched Beast Queen has to show up in the story. Because that's, like, where the story leads into, right? That's how the story not concludes, but that's the way it plays out. That is a canonical event that happens. You know what? Scratch that, because I believe, were actually... Oh, no, wait a minute. Maybe they were just trying to get the automated system to launch the nukes, and they weren't able to actually get the nukes to launch. That was what it was. That's what the timeline was in, like, the before lore of Fallout 76. Like, before we leave the vault. But yeah, it's at least one. I don't remember if they were able to actually launch any nukes before the vault opened, but I know at least one. I wish that they would bring the original Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 as remakes in 3D. Well, Bethesda is absolutely not going to do that. Todd Howard himself has actually said that he doesn't want to do that specifically because he believes that those games are best enjoyed in their original state. That's why Bethesda has never really pressed on like doing like a remaster or anything like that. But from what I recall, there is still at least 1 or 2 projects, like mod projects, each trying to bring those games into the quote-unquote modern format, either in Fallout New Vegas's engine, or I guess Fallout 3's engine, but in like as a mod for Fallout New Vegas, or in Fallout 4. I know that one of those each, like for both Fallout 1 and 2, have closed up shop, but I'm pretty sure there's still like a couple knocking around. So it's one of those things where it's like, there are people trying to do that, but like Bethesda is not going to make like an official version of it, because Todd believes, and is probably actually correct in this point, that those games are best experienced in their original format. Surely something would change if Bethesda's title failed and Obsidian's title succeed or did well. So like it would be like Fallout 5 did bad, but Obsidian's Fallout game did well. That's what you're driving at? I mean, like probably, maybe, but like it would most likely have to be like, if that were the case and it did have sort of like any impact on like who actually holds the IP, I feel like that would be a case in where Xbox as the publisher like really just strong-armed Bethesda in like an uncool kind of way, right? Because especially with Todd Howard, you think like he spent so long trying to get the IP. Fucking it very much like he'd probably be like, "Go fucking take it over my dead body," right? I can't see Bethesda in any way, shape, or form willingly parting with the Fallout IP, especially even if they had a situation in which Obsidian's game performed better than whatever game they put out, which some would probably argue that was the reality between like New Vegas and Fallout 4, right? Like New Vegas is kind of seen by the community as the better game, but as far as like sales and like accolades and awards and all that stuff, you know, general financial success, Fallout 4 by and large is the winner. So like nothing changed there. I feel like it would have to be pretty crazy to change anything in a Fallout 5 Obsidian Fallout game sort of way. Leatherface Dude, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Loved your movies. Absolutely horrifying. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say things can be playing Bethesda stuff as the vibes and mods. Yeah, mods are definitely, like, I'm not gonna lie, I like Bethesda games. They kind of keep me coming back for a while. Mods definitely like just keep everything just ongoing. Gonna head out. There's some likes for the road. Thank you, Charlotte, Charlotte and Marie on TikTok. We stream every 2 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so come back whenever you are able to. Houston Gentry, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I've sort of been like, this is one of the things that are like hard with stream, like keeping up with chat, but then also game playing. But you know, I'm doing my best. Anyone hear about the Elden Ring movie A23 is making? Just wondering. It's A24, first of all. But if there is a studio called A23 and it's like unaffiliated with A24, that would unironically be hilarious. I heard that an Elden Ring movie was in production. I know that Jacksepticeye is making a Bloodborne movie. I don't know if maybe like just on your side you're misremembering that or whatever, but if I remember correctly, I do remember hearing about an Elden Ring movie. And that sounds pretty gas. That sounds pretty cool. I'm not a bajillion% sure how that would look just based on... Right, A24. Okay, yeah. Just based on me and like what... Because like I think you guys already know I have like some background in like film. Indie stuff. Nothing like super crazy. Like I didn't work on a fucking Marvel movie or anything. But I have a lot of background in film and story structure, and just based on what I know of Elden Ring and its lore, and what I know of story structure for film and whatnot, I'm kind of wondering how all that's going to play out. But if I were to hazard a guess, I would say we're probably going to get something closer to sort of like what they did, what Mark did with Iron Lung, right? It's telling effectively the same story as the game, but it's not like the exact same story. It's sort of expanding on the world while in the same time telling the same story, right? I feel like obviously it's going to be a bit more grandiose than that, but I could very easily see the story playing out similar, or the story structure rather, playing out similar to that game. I've been awake since 12 a.m. It's 8:40 a.m. currently. So my bad for the mistake. No big. I just wanted to clarify. Let's see. There he is. I hope this whole situation... Hold on. Yeah. I hope this whole situation pushes Bethesda to really think about Fallout 5. The best outcome for us is that both projects turn out great, or at least good. Oh, no, yeah. I feel like both projects, at the very least, are going to be perceived as good projects. I kind of hope a little bit. For as much as I said, like, it's fucking horrible how many people have lost their jobs over just, like, the last, like, week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. I really hope it's sort of, like, you know, pushes all studios to sort of, like, tighten up and, like, you know, get a little bit more refined with their processes, especially Bethesda. But it seems like Bethesda has sort of had like a bunch of different plates spinning at the same time. But I also kind of hope that like there's improvements made based on what we heard about the Creation 3, right? It sounds like there definitely is going to be, and I just hope that translates into a better project. Not blessing. I meant he went to Miyazaki to see if I know what he thought about the script. Oh, okay, yeah. In my opinion, Fallout 4 was really innovative in some ways. It's basically a hybrid city builder survival game. No, yeah, like that's kind of me specifically. That's one of the things I really like about Fallout 4. More so specifically because I'm just like I love base building and city builders and stuff like that. So like that was a huge thing for me. But then like, yeah, what they did with power armor and stuff like that, especially compared to how it used to be in the early games. Oh, huge. Absolutely insano style. And then again, we're talking about a game that released in like 2015, 2014, right? Somewhere in that time period. Nowadays, like, oh, weapon and armor customization. Oh my God, you know, shit like that. It was still a thing back then, but especially for like a franchise as giant as Fallout, a lot of the changes and updates that they made to combat, that they made to weapon customization, that they made to world exploration, that they made to building, stuff like that, absolutely crazy. I still have very strong memories of watching like the reveal trailer that went into like a lot of the mechanics and stuff in the game. With like a coworker back when it was originally dropping, and we were just like fucking losing our minds. We're like, oh my God, the weapon customization, holy shit, oh my God, the power armor. It was so fucking cool. It was fucking awesome. I just started 76 for the first time. I'm absolutely loving it. It looks better than Fallout 4. Objectively, it is. The lighting is way better than Fallout 4. The lighting and the environmental technology is way better than Fallout 4. The world design is way better than Fallout 4. There's some aspects that I'm not the biggest fan of, but like overall, it's pretty gas. At least, you know, running around and exploring the world. That's pretty dope. Getting caught up. Maybe they base it off of a location. Oh, Tango Bravo just switched. Twitch gifted it. Tier 1 sub. Let's go. Thank you, Tango, for the T1. Let's fucking go. Big, huge. Everybody dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat for Tango. Do it. Do it right now. Or everybody is permabanned. I'm just kidding. Let me see. Didn't you know? Thank you for the follow on TikTok. My boy Vike got done dirty. Yeah. I was 15 when the game came out, and I'm 26 now. Jeez, fucking dude. Real. I can't remember how old I was when Fallout 3 came out. I think I was like just getting out of high school though. Or was like a senior. Something like that. It was a while ago. Fucking I'm fucking running unk over here. Like goddamn. Yeah, I played the hell out of Fallout 4 when it came out. What a year. I know, right? Nuts. I played Fallout 3 in New Vegas when I was younger. But I really got into it when COVID hit. I feel like that's sort of like, because like specifically with Fallout 76, right? I feel like that's like a major part of how Fallout 76 was able to sort of like have its comeback, right? COVID was our Fallout, to be honest. It really was. But like COVID and like content creators who were covering the game, like KevDewitt, for example, that all those were just like factors working so well in Fallout 76's favor, right? If people weren't like stuck inside and like one of the few things that they had to work with or like had to do was play this fucking like 2-year-old online Fallout game, I feel like Fallout 76 wouldn't nearly be as populous in a sense as it is now, right? Oh, okay, I don't think anybody was shooting at me there. That's good. I thought I was being fucking stalked. I'm like, oh no. Bam! Painted wood door. This isn't where I wanted to be. I mean, I got into the lore during the games during COVID. Yeah, that's fair. Again, like, I mean, those years were just like huge for gaming and streaming, like writ large, right? They were just crazy years. But especially for, again, like Fallout specifically and gaming as a whole, those were big years. Oh, shit. It did spark. It didn't spark, like, right away, but it eventually sparked. Okay. So we have to go in here. Oh. There is actually a door. I'm dumb. Okay. I need water. It's so fucking hot in here. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's doing good. All right. Ooh. Fine jukeboxes bring music back to summer. Okay. I might have actually passed one of those already. I was already in love with Fallout and its world building, but I really obsessively got into it. I had to take a break. Yeah, that's fair. I think especially for Fallout, everybody sort of has like one of those experiences at least once, whereas like you get like crazy into like the lore and storytelling and whatnot. But that, and it's just like, all right, I need to sort of like decompress a little bit. Let me actually fucking
the outside world.
Get behind the counter since you're over here. What up, Skinner?
Oh. Well now.
Thank you.
What do we have here? Are you another ghost?
Maybe.
I cannot bring you the peace you require, Spirit. Leave me be.
Well, it's mostly the world building. I love making worlds. I know, and yeah, like that's one of the things that Bethesda is just like consistently phenomenal at, right? They are incredibly good at like world building and environmental storytelling and whatnot. On the technical level, I'd say they're still pretty solid. They're not as great as some other companies. Writing is sort of like hit or miss for Bethesda specifically, because while you have some stuff that's a little bit more like middling or a little bit more sort of like what's the term, nebulous, right? Where it's like it sort of fits into the lore, but it also kind of doesn't really in the same regard. Like Kid in a Fridge, I think is one that a lot of people like go to it like this is a little bit lore consistent, or specifically is making some pretty drastic changes to how we know that like ghouls function in general. So like that's one thing. But then like you have stuff like god damn it. Like Far Harbor, right? Fucking so much about Far Harbor, which is like amazing. Nuka World doesn't really have like super great writing. But like it's a fun adventure, right? And the writing is like decent enough to propel you forward. So in my opinion, that kind of counts. But then you have, and I always fucking forget what the mission is, but there's a mission in Starfield near the end of the game. I might as well just like actually talk about it since the game's been out for so fucking long. There's a mission near the end of the main story in Starfield that I think is probably one of, if not the best designed like missions in Bethesda's entire history, right? So you are, I forget why you have to go there. I think you need some research data or something like that. But you go to this outpost, and it's like a science outpost, like they're doing experiments there and whatnot. You go to this outpost and you talk to a guy and you're like, hey, I need to get set up with some research, or I need to talk to, I think that's actually what it was. I think you need to talk to a scientist. And they're like, well, I'll take you down to the scientists. I know where they are. And we'll get you all set up. And then like stuff starts happening, like stuff starts like popping in and out of existence and stuff like that. And it's really like, whoa, what's going on with that? What's happening there? And effectively what ends up happening is the technology that they were working on at the outpost, basically involved like, because the whole, maybe not big point, but a large part of the narrative of Starfield deals with like alternate realities and things of that nature. And so when it comes, or with that's basically what they were doing. They were basically trying to make a machine that would allow them to like move in between like different realities, similar to the Unity, which they don't know about, but like convergent technology, the same thing, right? So they're talking there. That's what the goal of the research location was, and that's what they're working on. And effectively, what happens is there's a machine in like a giant particle accelerator, basically, and it's supposed to be like this opens up a wormhole into an alternate reality, and we can move in and out between that. But the downside is in this alternate reality, there's like some crazy alien infestation, like different from like the Terramorphs or any other alien life form in Starfield, or at least in our continuity. And it like escaped, and like they got stuck in there, and we gotta like get them out, right? We gotta close the singularity to fix the timeline or whatever. And so what happens is you end up in this sort of like puzzle game where you have to jump back and forth between these two realities in order to like, you got to flip this switch to make that thing happen. And then that makes this other thing happen in the other reality. It's like the first time I played it, I'm like, this is fucking crazy. This is nuts. And like, it's a pretty cool puzzle and a pretty well-designed mission. I really, really dig it. It's really creative. And it's a mission near like the end of the game, which is crazy because like it's so well done. It's so well designed. It's so cool. But yeah, to me anyway, the stories of Fallout or of Bethesda stories have always kind of been like okay, and then like you have the occasional like crazy banger, right? And I think that's just kind of how things go sometimes. Writing is difficult. And with a lot of people who are like hypercritical of writing, it's really hit or miss sometimes. And some people can have like, what is it? Not really like over expectations, but like they can kind of maybe put like a little bit too much stock into like what they expect out of a story experience, and then what is presented could be good but not quite what they had in mind, so they just kind of label it as bad. Oh yeah, he's all like, oh, fucking ghost. I'm a customer, not a ghost.
Must we, Spirit? So be it. Welcome to Duncan & Duncan's, Appalachia's premier robotics dealer. I am Skinner. How may I help you, alleged member of the living?
Alleged. This is a spirit request. The spirit request to host a Assaultron body. I need a pristine Assaultron body. Is that something you carry?
Assaultrons are military-grade hardware, my professed liveling. As such, all of our machines have already been spoken for. Outstanding deal with the United States military, just waiting for pickup. You understand?
Not entirely, but like I kind of see where you're driving at here. Come on, you're a businessman. I'm a businessman. Let's kiss. I mean, how much do you want? I got money. We could also kiss.
I'm sorry, but I simply cannot. The price of such a machine either...
They're dying realities. You put them into a universe-sized plan. That's what it was. Like they're both like crumbling apart, and you have to like refuse them to like stop everything from like exploding to death. I remember now. It's been a while since I've played that mission specifically. So like yeah, my apologies for not fully rememberizing. I do eventually want to fucking get back and just play the hell out of Starfield. I'm sort of like, because in my own time, right? I've been sort of like trying to catch up with some of my older stuff. Have teleportation doesn't ever come back to Fallout unless the Institute lived, which is unlikely. That should be an Institute only thing. Oh yeah, like the ability to like yeah, that specifically. Yeah, that very much is like an Institute specific thing. I think that would also really feel out of place specifically. Oh, Starfield? I never played it. Well, what the hell are you talking about? They're dying realities and they put it into a universe-sized planet? What were you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the current project. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. There's a mission in Starfield that is like very similar-ish, kind of, anyway. But yeah. I get you. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah. During near the end of Starfield's main story, you have to go to an outpost to find a scientist who has like data that you need or some shit. And effectively at that outpost, they were conducting alternate reality. Oh, Gabe just followed on TikTok. Hell yeah, I got Gabe Newell following me on TikTok. Let's go. But so yeah, the outpost, the scientists were doing research at the outpost into like multiversal technology or something like that, trying to like be able to jump between realities, very similar to the Unity in the game. But like something went wrong and they created a split universe that had like some kind of like, fucked up alien or some shit in it. And you have to like basically jump between the two realities and like, fix stuff, like turn this machine on, turn this machine off, this, that, and the other thing, to eventually like make the machine re-merge the realities into one single reality, so that it doesn't like fucking, blow up and destroy the multiverse, that kind of shit. But yeah, it's really good. I like it. Okay. I got news for you. No one uses dollars anymore. People use caps.
Bottle caps? Actual trash? Then it's likely safe to presume the amount you'd need to offer is in the mid-10 figures.
10 figures? 10 figures? Holy shit. That's a... Wow, damn. That's a... that might actually have some legitimacy behind it, because bottle caps are not tin, but they're like a... I forget what specific... Are they made of tin? Like bottle caps? No, they're not made of tin. They're made out of something else. But yeah, the actual like cost price analysis of like an individual cap probably is. What game is he talking about? Starfield. There's a mission later on in like the later point of the game that in my opinion is just one of Bethesda's best designed quests. You show up at the... Now I've explained it 3 times. But I mean, I just love talking about it. You roll up to a research outpost because you got to find this lady who's got like research. Sorry, no problem. Everybody comes at different times. But this you roll up to a research station. You got to find this scientist who has data that you need. And she's like not really there. She's sort of like she's in the lab, but nobody can find her. And you find out that she was involved in this experiment gone wrong situation where the technology that they were working on created, because they're basically trying to like create portals in between realities. And the technology that they're using malfunctioned and basically caused a split in realities. So there's this portal and you're jumping between the reality that you're in and the reality that is split and separated. And so you're jumping between the portals and you have to mess with technology on different ends, fight bad guys, this, that, and the other thing, to effectively like bring the portal back under stability so that the, two timelines will like remerge and it doesn't like fucking, wipe out the multiverse and shit like that. Really, really cool and really cleverly designed mission. Big fan of it. Tango Bravo on TikTok. You found me on TikTok. What up? Thank you for the TikTok follow. Let's go. What would be a new region / city you'd want to see either explored in either Fallout 5 or in the Obsidian game? I'm going to put a pin in that real quick, just get caught up on chat. Pantheon. Is Starfield the one where you go to jail on a different planet? Yes, kind of. That is something that can happen, but it's the other Bethesda game where you start off as like a miner, and you're like mining on a moon, and then you find a magic thingamajig, and then like you got magic thingamajig powers. Basically, I like it. It's definitely not the most popular thing Bethesda has ever put out, but I dig it. I kind of fucks with it a little bit. Wham did. Thank you for the follow on TikTok. Big huge. It sounds awesome. I need to play that game. Bethesda. Yep. Starfield. That's the name of the game. Is it buggy as Fallout? No, it's a lot more. It's a lot more stable. Especially at this point. I think there was like a couple of things wrong with it before. But it's pretty good. It's really solid. Again, it's sort of like you either love it or hate it kind of game. But like there's a lot of stuff to enjoy about it. The flying around from location to location in your ship is pretty dope. You can fully customize the ships that you use. Yeah. Trying to think of like one or two other things. The world design is like space, but like the soon after people started flying around in space, right? Not in sort of that like far flung future kind of space travel. Starfield or Skyrim? Starfield. But yeah, I like it. It's pretty good. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I sort of had to get reacquainted with what I was doing because I was also responding to a text. Trying to pick my next game. Lol. That's fair. I would probably say like maybe if you can get like if you're on Steam or like I think Xbox and PlayStation have like specific like return options, but I know that Steam has a specific option for like if you play it for less than 2 hours, you can return it. I would probably say like try the game out because it is definitely not a game for everybody, but it is a game where it's like if you jive with it, you're probably really gonna dig it. But like yeah, I would probably at the very least like check it out, see if you can like do like again play it for a little bit. If you don't like it, return it within the time window. That stuff. All right, I'm gonna head out. All right, Mr. CG number 2, you have a good one. Take it easy. Thank you for showing up. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow and Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let's go. But yeah, definitely check it out. Give it a try. If it's not your game, you wouldn't be the first one. My favorite games are Final Fantasy, Fallout, and Assassin's Creed. Hell yeah. It's similar to Fallout. It's made by the same developers and is sort of running along the same lines and stuff like that. But it is a very sort of different. It's a slower paced game, effectively. A lot of traveling from place to place. But yeah, like I said, it's one of those games that you're either really going to enjoy or kind of meh about, or just blindly hate for one reason or another. But yeah, check it out, give it a try. I recommend it, but it's definitely not a game for everyone. I heard Bethesda gave Fallout 5 to Obsidian. No, they are still actively making Fallout 5. Bethesda is making Fallout 5, but Obsidian did get tapped by Xbox to make a Fallout game. What specifically that's going to look like, we don't know quite yet. Somebody asked a little bit ago what location. Yeah, here it is. Tango Bravo. What would be a new region / city that you'd want to see explored in either Fallout 5 or the Obsidian game? Let's talk about just the next Fallout game, right? Let's talk about Fallout 5 specifically, because Obsidian's game could be set anywhere, and I think it would be awesome. I think that it would be really cool if Obsidian's Fallout, or if Fallout 5 was set in somewhere like, I always forget, like, Detroit, St. Louis, something like that. Somewhere specifically with a big emphasis on, like a big history in, the automotive, sector, right? Because cars were such a huge thing in gaming, or not gaming, in, American culture. And because being able to drive in game, is such a big thing that people have wanted in the Fallout series, or at least back in the Fallout series. Chicago would also be a pretty good one. But I'm also just not super knowledgeable when it comes to like automotive history and stuff like that. So I don't know where like the big places for like, the big car city boom locations are. But I think if they wanted to make a game where they had more drivability in it, like they were able to drive, I think that a city or a region like that would be like the perfect setting, because the pattern with Bethesda's Fallout specifically has been, we want to set our games in location that have historical precedence for like America, right? It sort of has to be like a location that was a major point in America's history at some point. So, Washington, D.C., the seat of our country, Boston, the home of the Revolution, Appalachia, West Virginia, Country Road. But yeah, that seems to be a big focus. So I could see something like that being a good starting point, or a good point of reference, in so much as it has a major, it is a major chapter in America's history. That's sort of where my mindset is anyway. If we're just talking about just like, magical wish list, like if I could pick and it didn't really have to like adhere to any sort of like standard or norm, probably like Louisiana, maybe Montana, something like that. What is it? Minnesota would probably be kind of cool. Yeah. Locations like that. Oregon or Texas are big places in history, if you ask me. Yeah, but not so much in the same way, right? Like, a lot of Texas's history is more so focused on, like, it's more so tied into, like, Mexican history, right? Because Texas used to be Mexican territory until it was taken over by the United States. I don't think I could see a story that could be played up on that, especially if you lean into, like, American exceptionalism and Manifest Destiny. I can't really see that being, if that specifically is played as an angle in the storytelling, I could see that. But outside of that, I don't really see that as being a spin or a twist that they could put on it specifically to make Texas work. Oregon, I could also see, and I think that would be really interesting, especially since the lore has a lot of established history and, established history and, like, presence in Oregon, like Arroyo and stuff like that. And I think there's a bit of stuff canonically going on in Washington, I think. I can't remember specifically. But that'd be really cool. I could see that more specifically being something that Obsidian would explore. But because it's like the Oregon Trail and stuff like that. From a narrative perspective, though, I'm not quite sure how they could make that work. Not more so in like the history thing, but a lot of like the onus, right? Like what's the big gameplay featurette or like the big, design approach we want to go with this, right? I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like you're onto something. And no, I'm not saying that as an Oregonian myself. God damn it. I'm impartial in this. But I do think that's an interesting idea. Let's see real quick. There we go. Okay. I don't want dysentery again. Yeah, it's fair. Let's see. I'd love to see my state in Fallout Man. If they did it, the West Coast of Oregon would be insane in Fallout. Yeah, like not like Coos Bay specifically, but maybe like Astoria or Lincoln City, like that kind of area. That'd be crazy. I feel like they've sort of like done more so with like Boston specifically. Like I feel like they've done coastal stuff already. If they were going to do something like coastal, like somebody earlier mentioned like what is it? Somebody earlier mentioned like Florida. If they did do coastal, I would kind of hope that they would do something more so with like sailing and shit, right? So I would probably want them to do, like Louisiana, Georgia, they could probably do something like that somewhere in like the Gulf. But it would sort of probably have to be somewhere that has sort of like a little bit of like islandry off the side. I feel like Hawaii, somebody said Hawaii before. I feel like that would just be messing with the scale too much. I feel like it would have to be somewhere, maybe like Maine, like far north Maine. Just somewhere that has like a little bit of like offshore island hopping kind of stuff that we could do. And like lean into like, fucking junk world sailing kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to be doing with Elder Scrolls 6. I feel like there's going to be a little bit of sailing aspect to that. But I don't quite see that being something that's going to be as big of a focus in a future Fallout game, or at least like the current two that we know are being worked on, the Obsidian one and then Fallout 5. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't quite see that as being like a big focus. But like, the Northwest in general, I think would be awesome. And then like, there's just so many areas in Fallout that would make like amazing locations. As someone from Alaska, I would like to see post-war Alaska, preferably somewhere like Fairbanks. Yeah, somewhere in Alaska, in, again, like you said, that post-war setting. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be really interesting, especially with like a lot of what we know about the like, a lot of like Fallout 3 stuff with like Operation Anchorage and just like all the political turmoil that was going on in that area, with it being a war zone controlled by China for a little bit. I'd be really interested to see how all that plays out in like the modern setting. Oops, might be on the wrong page here. Trying to hit the Charisma 3.
Is that so? Misters Duncan are so very risk-averse. Fine. Here, you may collect it upstairs. Fool.
Woo. You called me a fool. Any other pristine frames you got for sale?
Not for purchase, no. The mint condition Protectron and handy bodies we have on the premises have been spoken for. And our resupplier is already desperately late with our latest shipment.
As long as it's not ground that's that they've tread before, I think I'll be fine with whatever. Yeah, I think that's generally what most people agree with. Like, we don't really want to go, like, you know, back to Boston or, like, see fucking, like, Appalachia, but in, like, you know, the current timeline. I think, especially since there's so much space in the United States to explore, there's just all kinds of room for opportunity. And I think, was there turret? Yeah, there's one. There we go. I think that whenever, like, a new Fallout game comes out, they just have so much room to explore with in the United States that I'd be very, very surprised if we get like a retread of anything. If we do, it would probably be like, you know, oh, we're going back to, like, Washington for, like, half a second or whatever. But, like, I still don't really see that as being the way that this plays out. Hear me out. Fallout Florida. Somebody said that before. My basic thought with Fallout Florida specifically is, like, because everything, in my opinion anyway, any of the new games have to sort of be tied in with, I'm curious about how abundant power armor pieces would be in some parts of Alaska. I feel like that specific could be like, oh, you know, this is like an aged power armor. So, like, it either has, like, lower, it either has, like, lower defensibility or just isn't usable because it's, like, you know, been rusted or corroded or whatever. But on Fallout Florida specifically, I feel that the best approach would be, like, the location that they go to have to have some sort of history or notoriety that lends itself well to a specific gameplay or environmental experience, right? So one of the things that I would like to see is if they went to, like, Chicago or St. Louis or somewhere that was, like, big in the automotive industry, right? I would like to see that, with the reason they're going there from, like, a gameplay standard being that, you know, they want to explore, like, opportunities for, like, drivable vehicles and, like, customization and stuff like that. And it fits because they're in an area that has a long history of automotive, you know, industry in a sense. That's my thought point with that. And then how that ties into Fallout Florida is I could see them doing Fallout Florida specifically if they were trying to explore gameplay options as far as, like, you know, sea travel and stuff like that, right? Like, you know, sailing and whatnot. That'd be pretty badass. I don't quite see them going that route specifically, especially since that's something we're most likely going to get with Elder Scrolls 6. So, like, if they did something after Elder Scrolls 6 where, like, they fucked around with, like, sailing technology and stuff like that and apply that to a Fallout game, I think that'd be interesting, but I don't really see that as being, like, the direction that they're heading in. But I think it'd be fucking awesome. Shut up, you dumb robot. Alright, let's get out of here. Giant mutant gators and crawfish. I'm in. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. I like that Fallout is a series that technically could be done endlessly because of a lot of stories are really only connected by major events like the Master and the Super Mutants. Oh, no, yeah. Like, that's one of the things that's, like, super awesome about Fallout, especially with how much space there is in the United States and how much, like incredibly noteworthy history can be pulled from, right? You could fucking set a Fallout game anywhere, and it would be a banger. It would slap like crazy. But at the same time, as far as Bethesda goes. I feel like they're more so interested in going to locations where they can accomplish some sort of design or narrative or again technological focus to like really hammer home what the game is about in this specific area. That's my thought process. But again, it can be placed anywhere, and it would be dope. I really hope they don't change the weapon models too much in the remaster. I feel like they're just going to like shine them up a little bit. Like that's kind of what they did with Oblivion. It didn't seem like it changed a whole lot. They just kind of, zhuzhed them up a bit. Weren't modelers making Fallout Miami? Modelers are still making Fallout Miami. It's still in active production. They're a pretty decent way along. Last time I checked, they posted an update. I want to say like maybe a week ago, week and a half, something like that. Very recently, but yeah, it's still in production. These things just take a long time. They take a long time. I really like how Far Cry: The New Dawn, there was a permanent northern light due to the radiation. Oh, interesting. I hadn't even really considered that about like how radiation affects the atmosphere. Huh. Like, the environment, sure, but the atmosphere. Any advice on getting into 76? I'm a 4-player, but I can't get into it like other games. It's best played, in my opinion. I played it mostly single player. But it's best played as a team or a group thing. So if like you got some buddies that have it, hop into a game with them and just kind of like fuck around and shit. The story's decent. Dilly Boy on YouTube, 10 super chats. What a gamer. Thank you so much. Let me double check my things here, and then I'll read what you got. Let's see. But yeah, I would advise playing it with some friends. I'd say it's best with friends. Okay. I like the videos you make. Keep up the good work. Do you think a remaster will be releasing during the Fallout event in DC in 2027? Yes. Yes, I do. In fact, I think that would actually probably be the best time for them to release either shadow drop or like announce the release date, right? I feel like that's definitely going to be their like when they're gonna do it. If I had to put money, I would say that's definitely going to be it. I would say they'd also probably either like maybe a month or two before or like at the same time also announce the Raven Rock, or like say like this is when the Raven Rock DLC aligns with that. Right, I would say that would also be the next logical step, because like the Raven Rock update for Fallout 76 is going to be like a prequel to Fallout 3. So having that launch right before Fallout the Fallout 3 remaster, Fallout 3 and New Vegas remaster, just makes the most sense. It like objectively makes the most sense. Oh, is it in here? I'm trying to find this other jukebox. It's around here somewhere. But yes, short answer, yeah, absolutely. I think that is the best point, or like the best time for them to release that. It says it's over here. Is it on the fucking cliff? Oh, maybe it's on. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, now I just have to figure out how to get in. Yeah, I think that they're going to like shadow drop it on the during the event. Fallout Idaho, walk for 70 hours and die of a vitamin deficiency because he only ate corn. I mean, like if they were going to do that, this is Idaho. This is Idaho, right here. It's in Fallout 76. Fallout Idaho. But yeah, that Idaho, especially like, further Idaho, like further, because this is like the border with West Virginia and stuff like that, but like further into Idaho, especially with some of the story telling that they're setting up, that they set up in Burning Springs, I could see that going crazy. I can see that going nuts. Oops. Shit. I mean, maybe not, you know, dying of vitamin deficiency because all you eat is corn, but, like, doing something in Idaho I think would be kind of fun. Especially if they, like, leaned hard into, like, the memes and whatnot. I dreaded the idea that one day there would be a Fallout game that's like, time for all the factions. Sorry, guys, your choice in-game. Don't matter. For this to all go head-to-head. What do you mean? Could? Like a battle royale thing? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm not seeing what you're putting down, big gamer. There we go. Okay. I doubt it would be the case, but I'd love Fallout Remaster took the Tale of Two Wasteland. Took after TTW and included 1 and 2. You're talking about Tale of Two Wastelands? Yes, Fallout, let's go! I just back into the game. Hell yeah. New Vegas ammo system and all that. Oh, I see what you're talking about. I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting because like Fallout 3 and New Vegas are like effectively the exact same game, and because there's a lot of question on whether or not the game is going to include what is it? If the game is going to include a an updated power armor system where you use fusion cores instead of it just being like, you know, a bigger set of armor. I think there's still some like question around that specifically. But when it comes to like bullets and stuff, like different bullet types, I could kind of see that being something that they do, like bring armor piercing, and I'm forgetting what the other bullet type is off the top of my head. Whoopsies, fake Fallout fan. Hollow point, that's it. For them bringing like hollow point and armor piercing rounds into Fallout 3 as well, I could see that. I'm not 1,000% sure if they would do that specifically because they don't have those same armor ammo types in like Fallout 4 and 76, but because they're, you know, remastering New Vegas at the same time, I could also see it being something that they just throw in there to be like, well, let's make the games a little bit more uniform between each other, right? Like the idea of a Fallout game that treated like it's all been connected, like the MCU and all the factions would like be MCU end games, but in Fallout. Oh, so kind of like you know, here's Fallout 5, and then like like the Legion and the fucking Enclave or something, you know, teamed up or something like that. Like they're like, oh, there's a larger story overlap where it turns like this faction is like, oh, they're big and like ultimate bad, kind of like that. Or am I off? Because I'm pretty sure I get what you're laying down here. I fucking went the. Oh wait, no, I think I might be able to go up this way. Yeah, because we're going up this way to the camp. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, like, that's just kind of what they've been doing with the Enclave in general. Like, that's kind of the role the Enclave has always been played. It's one of those, like, somehow Palpatine's still alive kind of fucking situations, but with the Enclave specifically. But at least for, like, you know, like, they haven't done that. They didn't bring the Enclave back as, like, oh, like, they're back again for Fallout 4. They didn't do that for 76. I mean, they kind of did it for Fallout 76, but, like, it's a different timeline. They're kind of doing it for the show, but it's, like, I don't know. It feels like it makes a little bit more sense for the show, but it also kind of feels like it's leaning a little bit into, like, you know, the nostalgia of the faction and whatnot. But then, like, again, it is sort of the whole, like, that's the niche that they're fitting in with the Enclave, that whole, like, fucking Palpatine has returned kind of situation. There is an Overseer holotape here, isn't there? Oh shit, I completely forgot we gotta go back to the Wayward too. I feel like I remember there is one here. I just don't remember where it is. Oh wait, maybe it's upstairs. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Overseer's log. Camp McClintock. Whew. Maybe I'm going crazy, but it was nice to put on the uniform and play pretend with a bunch of robot drill sergeants. I actually think I learned a thing or two about marksmanship. I wonder, now that I'm in the Army, is my official title Overseer Private or Private Overseer? Oh, time to see if I can fool a few automated identification systems.
Hell yeah. More so like if a Fallout game was in the central area of the United States and basically all factions are present to have one big standoff. Blah, 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 lame shit. Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, like they do a whole fucking... Like, yeah, okay, now I'm with you. Like the Avengers Endgame kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that. Whereas on the other hand, these factions just don't interact because they're literally across the U.S. so much. Yeah. Except for the Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout 4. Yeah, it made sense for the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4 specifically because, you know, the airship and then, like, they're right there. So it's like, oh, you know. I could see a power armor training perk removing the need for the individual pieces and workshops. Yeah, that's still one of the things that I think a lot of people are sort of just asking in the community. Like, is it going to be like, are they just going to leave power armor as like you still need to do like get the training perk, and then it's just like a shinier version because it's a remaster and that kind of stuff, or are they going to sort of like try to figure out how to port over the whole power armor system in Fallout from Fallout 4. There we go. I had to reconfigure my brain there for a second. I don't really want to do the training stuff right now. Let's go back to the Wayward. The training stuff is fine. I just can't really be fucked with it. I'm not gonna lie, gamers. It's fucking warm in my room and it's making me a little grumpy. But not like grumpy, just kind of like, I can't be bothered, you know. I'm a bit more lackadaisical because I'm warm. Ethan Colburn on TikTok. Thank you for the follow. Big huge. Hey, yo, what up, big gamer? I got the thing. Bam! Kick the door open. Show you the true meaning of love and courage. Oh, God. Hello.
No need to play hard to get. Tell Polly what you found.
Coming through loud and clear.
Okay.
You know, I don't throw the word hero around a lot. Come over here and let's discuss, huh?
Fair. I can definitely see them updating gunplay and such, but I have doubts about them reviving power armor. Yeah, like I feel like it'd be weird if they didn't have like the ability to like equip and throw grenades while holding guns, right? And like aim down iron sight and stuff like that. I feel like that'd be you know. I feel like if they didn't do that, that'd be like a missed opportunity. The remaster, in my opinion, the remasters, in my opinion, should be like as close to the way the modern games operate while still being like an overlay on top of the original games. With Bethesda leaving some of the mistakes and exploits in Oblivion, do you think it'll be the same like in the Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remasters? I would say probably yeah, because like again, it's a remaster, not a remake. So they're not like completely rebuilding the game from the ground up like they did with what's a good example of a recent remake instead of a remaster. Didn't they remake a Resident Evil game recently? No, fuck, there was something else. There was some, because I know they did like a re something of Resident Evil 2, but I can't remember if that was a remake or a remaster. There was something that got like a big remake. But if because they're making remasters, I feel like it's going to be like Obsidian, where they just put like a big, you know, glossy sheen over everything, better lighting, you know, tweak the gameplay stuff a little bit, But there's still going to be like a lot of the like exploits and stuff, like in Fallout 3 specifically. There's like I can't remember where it is specifically, but I remember like there's this like empty spot in a wall of rubble somewhere, and you can like jump behind the world, and then you can just like run into the Citadel and get like power armor training like straight out of the gate, basically. I can't remember where it is. I want to say it's on the south side of the Potomac, like near the start of the game. But yeah, I could see that as being like something that they like leave in there. I feel like they're going to like, you know, tweak it and like update it so that there's not like a whole bunch of like old bugs and stuff like that. Make sure it works with like the new lighting and the new game engine and stuff like that. But they're probably not going to go in and like do a whole bunch of like reconstruction for like this bit or another bit. Especially if some of them are like more so related to how the game's jankiness works in a sense, right? I'd be incredibly surprised if they did that. I don't think they're going to do that at all. I got the best raid I've had.
There's the vote of confidence I was hoping for.
Still, beats the hell out of your current address, don't it, doll?
You're not the one about to be shoved into a toaster, Duchess. But yes, honestly, thank you for sticking your neck out for me.
It's true. You've worked real hard putting things right for us. None of us are going to forget what you've done.
Sick.
But that really just leaves one last topic for us to discuss. Doesn't it? Crane, you ready to listen? I'm just warning you, I can't guarantee you're going to be happy with what I'm about to say.
Yeah. I suppose so. Oh yeah, she's all like fucking like, oh yeah, it's all fucking bullshit. Alright.
Alright then. Follow me. So, I've known where Crane is. I know where his treasure is. Well, there's a problem.
There's a problem. I forgot about that robot. Oh yeah, fucking Polly or whatever the fuck her name is. Yeah. For like a lot of like older people, like a lot of like seasoned players, especially people who like have been playing like since day one, I think it's pretty easy to sort of like overlook that, because the whole like fucking, what is it? The whole Wayward stuff like that happened like after we have been like playing the game for a little bit. So it's like, you know, it's easy to sort of like overlook or like not remember, but for like newer players who came in after all this popped in, a lot more memorable probably. That's kind of the thing about online games. Like it's easy to forget about a lot of the experiences. Oh my god, it's Crane! He's a squarched. Yo, what up, gamer? I am a boy. Boy is key. Boy is key. No, boy is boy.
That's all he says anymore. Boy is key. Over and over.
Jesus, Duchess. That thing's been up here the whole time?
That thing is Crane, Solomon. And what exactly would you have liked me to do with him?
Put it out of its misery. Those things are killers, Duchess. Paulie and I have the scars to prove it.
I don't recall yielding the floor to debate here. You agree with me, don't you?
Yes. I do. There's still a person in there. See the monster matter person or no. Dangerous. Keep it. Look at the fence. Look at how defensive this is. How could you not shoot that? Come on. Not sure. Is there a way he can be cured?
Well, look. I may not have all the information here, but
I've been back here since since they first had the guy who sells gold.
no.
That was during
This far gone.
that was during the same DLC, wasn't it? Because
I know.
I think maybe it was the one after, because the Wayward. No, yeah, it was after, because the Wayward was the one, or was a location that got fleshed out in Wild Wasteland, if I remember correctly. And then
Unless...
the heist and stuff like that into the gold vault was the next major one after, if I remember correctly. How do you get that mask without an event or a season? I think it's actually an in-game thing. I think you need to find plans for it. Let me see here. Fallout 76 Scout mask. No, that's the Scout armor mask. I got it on the other save, so I'll pop over there and double check. I can't remember the name of it. Is it No, that's not it. I'll have to find the name again. Respirator? I don't think that's it. Let me double check here. Oops, shit. Oh, come on. Do the thing. There we go. Oh. This might be it. No, that's not it. Fucking goddamn it. It's in here somewhere. I'll figure it out. I'll hop back over to Toshi once we're finished up here. You're talking about murder here? Is that what you want to be? A murder? Is that what you want to be? A murderer? Is that, huh? A murderer? Do you want to be a murderer?
No, you...
I'm not really leaning into the whole raider roleplay I'm supposed to go for here, but like, fuck it.
We'll let him go. He's out of our hair and gets a fighting chance at a life. Who knows?
I feel like some of the jank gives the game a sort of charm. No, yeah, like that's one of the things that Bethesda consistently is like kind of a little bit praised for, or at the very least sort of like recognized, like, all right, they kind of did it right. Like a lot of the jank is part of the charm of Bethesda games, like the funny physics stuff that happens, like in Skyrim, how like if you get hit by a if you get in certain instances, if you get hit by a giant's hammer, it'll just like fucking send you into space. That's just funny as hell. I did it. What did you do? What did you do, Shadow Fox? What did you do? What's in the box? What's happening? What? Hey, how's it going?
According to that map, the treasure is in some kind of special cache tucked away.
Shoot him? Ah, that's fair.
Sealed away behind a key card.
Yeah, because I don't think they can actually be like nobody ever comes back from being turned into a scorch. So it is sort of like a mercy killing kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I'd struggle with that too myself, especially since he's like they talk. There's very clearly like somebody still in there, but like I don't know. It's rough. It's a hard dilemma.
You're already intimately acquainted with Golly, so I suspect you've got the best shot at actually laying hands on whatever's in there. So, here are my terms. I will let you keep said map and access card. No strings attached. As payment for everything you've done for us. But I need your word you'll come back. And buy a drink every now and then. And none of that cheap stuff I serve to the scrappers in Saul.
Hey.
I'm just realizing that having the right people in your life is more important than chasing riches.
You're still gonna make me pay for drinks?
You bet your ass I am. I have big plans to bilk our new resident treasure hunter for every cap he's got. Now, there anything else you want to discuss before heading out?
Any clue what boy is key means? Did Crane have kids?
No idea, sweetheart. He was only ever here alone. If he did have kids, well, they're long gone.
Do you need to talk, like, about Crane?
I'll be fine. This is just the world we got now. A lesson I keep seeming to forget. Lucky for me, I just happen to have access to a variety of mind-altering substances. So, I'll bounce back. But thank you for asking.
Yeah, no problem, big gamer. I got you. Definitely a broken promise for me. I never came back except to drop off excess junk outside of the bar. Yeah, because they got the what is it? They got the what is it? Like, there's a donation box out there, if I remember correctly. This might be a dumb question, but do you think the DLCs will be included like they were in Oblivion? They didn't really talk about with Oblivion specifically. They didn't really talk about like, oh, we're going to include these, like, you know, at least I don't think they do. I don't think that was a big part of their advertising, but they were just like, you know, there. So I could definitely see that being the same thing, right? I could definitely see that being the case. So yeah, I think so. I just can't like say for certain, but I'd probably bank on it being the case. How do you know Crane had a map and card on him?
Maybe I have great vision. Maybe he wore shirts with too many buttons undone. Maybe you don't need an answer to that question. You got what you needed. What say you let a lady maintain her air of mystery?
All right, fair enough. I think I'm good. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Sorry, I gotta respond to a message here. Oops. Shit. Hold on. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. That's good. Okay. You're right. Find Crane's treasure. Oh yeah, we gotta read the thing now. It's in notes. There we go. Love the holotapes on there. They're funny as hell. They really are. It's good shit. Okay. Yeah. Bam! Kick open the door. Oh yeah, I gotta hop over to Toshi so I can fucking. Actually, no, I don't think I do. I think I should be able to go to the armor workbench over there, and I gotta fucking scroll through some shit. But yeah, I can check it out there. Let's see. What do we got? I'll take that stim pack, and that's all I care about. Modify. Okay. Where is it? Switch to craft. Headwear. Okay, let's see. Oops, shit. Beekeeper's hat. Is that? No, I don't think that's new. Okay, where is it? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Raider Pathfinder mask. That's it. Raider Finder mask. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now outfit set in Fallout 76. I don't need that outfit looks. That's pretty solid. Canopy drop Raider. So okay. Outfit is available as part of the Raider content bundle. Okay, so it's a specific thing in Fallout 70 or in like the Atom Shop. The Raider Pathfinder mask is classified as a mask for all mask based scoring challenges. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's a specific it's a specific bundle thing. Oh wait, I think this. Oh no, yeah, this is the this is DLC content. So it's the Raiders content bundle, and you get that as part of the pack. Wasn't there a different version that was like the same thing? I thought there was. Maybe I'm misremembering though. Yeah, it looks like I am. Okay, so yeah, that's a DLC thing, like a paid DLC thingamajig, but it's not like attached to like, you know, a season or the Atom Shop or anything. I feel like they would include them because Broken Steel is basically a continuation of the story compared to a side story like the others. Yeah, that's fair. I'd be super surprised if they didn't include it. Because like they did for Fallout 7 or wow. They did for Oblivion. So for them not to do that with Fallout 4 or with Fallout 76, wow. With the Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters, would be very surprising, in my opinion. Bam! All right, Golly Mines, you give me this treasure. You give me this treasure right now. Or I'm going to say a swear word. And you're going to be all like, oh my god, he said a swear word. Hold on one second. I gotta get my tabs right here. La la la. Doot doot doot. Bloop. There we go. Okay. I'll use. Bam. 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 Ah, shit. Bam. Bam. Okay. All right. So it is in here. Probably up there. That's probably where we gotta go. Here. I got my gun. I got my other gun. How many bullets do I got? 81. I might fuck around with the shotgun for a little bit. Oh no, yeah, this was a dead end. Okay. Okay, I think I know where I'm going now. If I remember properly. What the fuck? Oh. Over here. I was like, this isn't the way. Been organized fine for a bit, stuff like F2, blah blah blah. Fair. Shoot him. Shoot him till he's dead. Blam. It worked. He's dead. Alright, what do we got? Whoops. Oh god. Get it! Oops. There we go. That's the headshot I was looking for. Ow. Boom. Murdered. Search the room for the cage. Oh yeah, it's inside the fucking cage. Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, let's see. Nope. Let's see, where was it? It was somewhere, if I'm remembering correctly, it was somewhere like kind of out in the open. Like a little bit. I think maybe I might have to go down and like fuck with the door for a second. Yeah, let's go and do that. Ah. Nope. Okay. I don't feel like that's where I gotta go. I think it's in the room here somewhere. I just don't remember where it is. Was it a visual thing? Oh, maybe it was a visual thing. The map has the code on it, I believe. Oh, yeah, there it is. 071990. Oops. 071990. There we go. Okay. It's like 778 or something. I think it's actually generated separately for each individual player. I think that's specifically to avoid, like, you know, just being able to look it up. I think, if I remember correctly, that's how it is. Yeah. It's the same. The pump action shotgun stopped being effective at a certain point. It's my favorite type of shotgun. I'm pretty. Oh wait, no, I might be thinking of the combat shotgun. Because shotgun builds are still pretty viable, from what I remember. They're just not as viable in under certain like utilizations. It's definitely one of those ones where like you have to like really like spec into it properly. Help your team leader. With what? Oh, fuck. What did I do? I just entered somewhere I don't want to go? Uh-oh. I was talking to a friend about this the other day. And when Todd said that they were only covering the U.S., do you think they meant IRL or in universe? They'd only cover the U.S. IRL or in universe? What do you mean? In an IRL sense, what do you mean? Like they'd only cover the U.S. IRL. The double barrel shotgun, if you have the quad effect, is the best shotgun, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that I remember. Yeah, that I remember. I think the combat shotgun, what is it? There's a specific like event shotgun. Oh, it's the cold shoulder. That's what it is. I think the cold shoulder was like, if you spec it right, is like the best shotgun build, if I remember. But yeah, fucking quad shot. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh shit. Leland. Is he talking about Annex Canada? Oh, okay. I can see that. I mean, like, Canada specifically is interesting because, like, it technically became part of the United States as, like, annexed territory. So it's like they could probably set a Fallout game that maybe at least partially takes place there. But I don't know if they do that. It seems like that's something that they're at least exploring with the TV show, which I think is really cool. But as far as like setting a game in there or like making it the setting or at least like partial setting of a game, I don't quite know. I don't know if they do that. The game will be the only set in the U.S. The borders IRL or in game. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I think that it would most likely exclude like any Fallout game is going to be set within the borders of the United States. And that's why Canada, I think, would kind of be questionable because, like, it becomes part of U.S. territory, but as an annexed location. So it's not like anybody who lives there is automatically a U.S. citizen. It's just under U.S. occupation. So it's technically a part of the U.S., but the people who live there aren't part of the U.S. So probably not. But again, as like, you know, maybe like part of a larger map, maybe. But like, I don't know. It feels more like it's best. Okay. It feels more like its best application is as like a lore thing or like as part of some other story. Or not other story, but like larger story. Did I go the wrong way? Find a way to open the cash door. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna do it. How the fuck do I get down there? Uh-oh. Now I gotta remember how to get down there. Was it this way? I don't think it was this way. No, so that's that. How the fuck do I get down there? Oh. Is there a door here that I just walk past every single time? You bet your sweet bippy. Oh my god. Bitch ass ant. Oh god. He's scanning my DNAs. Sick. Like if we went to Fallout Chicago, then you get a chance to go north for some reason. Yeah, maybe like a singular like level in the game or something like that. Like you fucking zip through Canada or something while fucking going 80 miles an hour on your fucking supercharged Mega Hog vehicle or some shit. That I could probably see. But as far as being like a main location, I don't know. I can't see it. Economic security, it's buddy. Reliable HVAC. Bug. A Ganote. I don't care about it. I don't care what dead people have to say. Nope. Probably one or two other, like, kind of little things, but, like, I don't really need them. Boop. Kablam! We've done it. We have exited. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Loot the cache? What? Did I miss it? Oh, shit, I missed it. I missed something. I missed... Ah, no. Ah, son of a bitch. There we go. Oh, yeah, I fucking walked right past this. Duh. Bam. Bam. Ethel on TikTok just followed. Let's go. What up? How's it going? Thanks for the photo. Bam. TikTok is always weird because I never really... I mean, like, all the platforms are kind of weird because when I get notifications of, like, oh, this person followed, I don't know if it's because they're watching the stream or they just, like, followed because of, like, you know, they watched a fucking short or whatever and we're like, this is pretty good. I like this. I completely forgot about this, like, fucking coin for fucking gun system. This is, like, so fucking, like, down in the fucking, like, nowhere. Oh, I guess it is specifically, like, for the mega dispenser. I guess that makes sense. Alright, so now I just pick a thing. Energy weapon, shotgun, rifle, pistol, fist, that. We're going for a shotgun run for this guy, so... bam. Enter a token in the slot was use a shotgun. Yeah. Hey man, you seem like a cool guy. I'm not. I mean, I kind of am. I'm awesome. But like, you know, bam. Okay, what's the shotgun we just got? We just get like a random. We just get like a fucking random legendary, didn't it? Suppressor, short pump, shotgun. Speaks of Duchess. Okay. Okay, so we're going back there. No, I don't want to do that. I want to look at it with my eyeballs. Reduces your target damage output by 25% for 5 seconds, 25% weapon speed. I feel like that would be okay-ish. It's probably an okay-ish combo. Like, that's not super great, but it's like, you know, decent, you know. Flutter is 90% salary. Does that mean we're 67% salary? Hell yeah. Probably, actually. Unironically, and like they like fucking... This is like a real thing, all right? There was an NPR like story that I was listening to, and it was talking about how this scientist basically figured out how to use celery, like that fucking actual food, celery, to repair bone. And it's basically like, because bone and celery are crazy similar in the fact that their structure is like exactly the same, right? They're a harder. I say harder because like I don't know if anybody would classify celery as like hard, but they're a stronger, more structurally secure, hollow structure, I guess. And it's like, you know, not like the exact same thing. Like you can't just, you know, fucking take a stalk of celery and just like, you know, put it to where like a broken femur used to be or anything and just like, you know, be fine. But like they have a similar sort of, they have a very similar structural design to where they could effectively use, I think it was like either the DNA or the specific structure of celery as a model or a mold that could then be retrofitted effectively to replace or repair broken bone. And I thought that was fucking wild. That's really cool. But yeah, so it's like, you know, there's not a possibility that we couldn't be 67% celery. Let's go. So the monolith that used an AI generated thumbnail, he changed the thumbnail. Okay, good. Because like, you know, if you want to use fucking AI generated art on like a free thumbnail, that's one thing. But if you're fucking like charging for that shit, that's kind of fucking cringe. That's embarrassing. That's fucking scummy. They're officially making Fallout 3 remastered. Damn straight they are. Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Oh god! I forgot that they added fucking Christmas lights in here. They actually got some fucking redecoration done.
Water cooler as you found Crane's treasure. Good for you. Time to cover your end of the deal. Pay up.
Hear about the new movie Behemoth? I think I saw like a trailer for it. I didn't see the trailer, but I saw like the thumbnail for the trailer or whatever. What was the story? Directed by the director that made Andor and a cello player. Interesting. Yeah, because it is like a musically focused one. At least that's what I got from like it's like that's the focus of the story. But like, what is the like actual story? Dillabout on YouTube donated 10 super chats. What a gamer. Thanks for the dono, buddy. Let's fucking rock and roll. Bro, I'm so excited. How about you? I'm pretty stoked. I mean, like, we've known for a while that there was going to be a remake, or rather, a remaster, because it's a remaster, not a remake, of Fallout 3 and New Vegas for a while. Like, we knew that shit was coming. But to have, like, official confirmation, feels really good. That feels awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. There are some people that are sort of like not excited, but not as excited because with the Oblivion remaster, it's not as moddable, right? It's not as easy to mod because it's like an engine on top of an engine effectively. So there's no real like modding scene around the game. And because Fallout 3 and specifically Fallout New Vegas had a very strong modding scene to them, the reality of that situation, it's either going to be like, oh, here's the games, they're vanilla, you got the DLCs and stuff like that. La 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 la, we're having a great time. But then, like, 6 months to a year later, we're just going to set them down and kind of like move on to the next thing. Kind of like we did with Oblivion. Because like the modding community, it's going to be either that they're going to be fun for a while, but then we're going to move on to the next thing. Or the modders are going to figure out how to actually mod the game. And then we're just going to have, another fucking 15, 20 years of Fallout New Vegas stands being the most fucking insufferable pack of dweebs on the internet. I'm only partially kidding there. I guess it's about a cello player. Honestly, I have no clue. It seems pretty low stakes, maybe more drama focused. Yeah, that's kind of like the general vibe I got from just like looking at it. But yeah, that seems like it'd be pretty fitting. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm working with this guy. Yeah, right. The Raider playthrough, right? It's already picked thing. Dead. Of course, boss. The place was pretty empty, but there was a weapon. Place was a failed prototype, not a vault. The only thing of value was a weapon. Yeah. Did you play Stalker 2? No, I'm not a big fan of the Stalker franchise. Never really got into it myself. Did you hear about GTA 6 or GTA Online and the heists all got nerfed? Not really. I never was like huge in on the on like the online mode for GTA. I played it a little bit, right? I played it like a little bit and it was like okay-ish, but like I don't know, especially with the fucking community that formed around that online game specifically. Yeah, nah. nah, fam. Will the Fallout New Vegas remaster come? I'm assuming you meant to type. Come with 20 different mods that you all have to run properly on PC? No. It's just gonna be vanilla. Hopefully they won't have to it'll be, it'll actually run and not crash every 30 minutes like current vanilla Fallout 3 or New Vegas. I guess Fallout 3 too, because Fallout 3 doesn't really run very well at all on like, Windows 10 and 11. But yeah. Yeah. I would imagine it's going to be a lot more stable than the originals. The place was a failed prototype, not a vault, and the only thing of value was a weapon.
A weapon. Singular. Let me see it.
But it's mine. Show Roper the weapon. You know, it's not really that great. I guess.
That's it? Fine. You give me that, I suppose we can call it even. Unless you can make me a better offer.
I'm not super married to the gun. Like I said, it's an okay gun, but like, you know, bleh. Since I have speech options here, I'm definitely gonna do those. Look at me, you think you take everything out of here, but I give you the key to the cache, and you take what's inside. How about access to a robotic shop in Somerville full of pristine robo parts? Everyone was now worried about GTA 6 Online, as GTA Online is so late in its life cycle that is crazy. They keep nerfing stuff a few months before GTA 6. Well, I mean, like part of that, I feel anyway, is, you know, to sort of like downplay, or not downplay, but like decrease player incentive to go back to GTA Online so that they can then, you know, migrate to GTA 6, if there is an online mode at all. Is there an online mode with GTA 6? I wouldn't be surprised if there was, but I also don't remember hearing anything about there not being. I hope they add drinking animation, healing animation, and cool weapon animations to Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 remakes. They're probably not going to. It's probably just going to be like the original. The weapon, the mods and armor and stuff are probably going to get a little bit of a glow up. They're going to bring over a handful of game mechanics, like sprinting is probably going to be a thing. We've sort of been talking about whether or not they're going to bring over the newer power armor system with like fusion cores and stuff like that. And then Ironside is definitely going to be a big thing for Fallout 3 specifically. And then again, like some of the mechanics around like combat, like being able to throw a grenade while you have a gun equipped, stuff like that. But yeah, like animations and stuff, probably not. Sprinting is a must. That's going to be the biggest thing, like 100%. I stopped playing a while ago because they kept nerfing CO Piero. Yeah. I played it like a little bit, but like it wasn't a big thing for me. Keep going. Will come out a few months after. Oh, okay, yeah. Online mode. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, like I feel like they're doing that specifically so they can like reprioritize GTA 6's online stuff. I hope the next Fallout they don't have the left-handed weapons. We don't need to see all the crazy reloading. I hope the next Fallouts don't have the left-hand weapons. We don't need to see all the crazy reload. What do you mean left-hand weapons? Oh, for Fallout 3 in New Vegas, they add weapon crafting mods. I feel like they're not going to do that. Like add the ability to like mod your weapons in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remasters. I feel like they're not going to do that because then that would throw a whole lot of like balancing stuff into the mix. Yeah, pretty much, you know, because if you can like fucking turn something into like the spray and pray, for example, or whatever that one Tommy gun was that had like explosive rounds, right? If you can fucking do that, that's gonna make Fallout 4 or Fallout that's gonna make the remasters way easier. And I don't see them do that. I don't see them being allowing people to do that. I think it's just going to be the same weapon system that they originally had, just with slight glow up with weapons. How about I give you a robotic shop in Somerville full of pristine robot parts. Jess Silvas, thank you for the follow. all of the weapons currently are left-handed because the ejection is on the left side, which was likely done so that we can see the reloads and such. I see. Okay. Interesting. Well, oh god, excuse me. We'll see what happens, I guess. How about access to a robotic shop in Somerville full of pristine bots instead?
Somersville, huh?
Yeah.
Good bots will fetch a pretty penny. Fine. You got yourself a deal. This is good work. Here, something to show you're one of us. Welcome to the Free Radicals.
Fuck yeah, free radicals.
Suppose that could have gone a lot worse. Honey, why don't you and I have a little chat while I try and stop my hands from shaking?
All right. I'm thinking of restarting and doing a power armor build in Fallout 76. What weapon should I use, preferably range? Well, if you're doing power armor, you're going to be building into both strength and intelligence. So you might as well just go with a heavy armor or a heavy gun build. Go with like a machine gun or the Civil War Gatling gun is a pretty decent heavy weapon. What up, big gamer?
About as well as it could have.
Oh.
Though I do
Okay,
wish maybe
we had a bit of slowdown. I was worried that we were about to fucking crash, but we're back. We're good. We're solid. Yep, looks like all that's good too. Nope, we actually did have my graphical driver crash, but game's still good. We're still good. All right. No, I mean Fallout 4 weapon mods, not 76 style, where you can add in legendary mods. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yep. Well, no, I mean, like, yeah, but still, like, if they're going to add weapon modification stuff like that, the point more so is that you're going to be able to make like weapon, like even just like a pistol, like a 10mm pistol in Fallout 4, right? You can take it from just like a regular 10mm pistol, and then you can throw all these crazy mods on top of it, and just turn it into like a fucking fucking what is it? Like laser sight, fucking like automatic, just like, like shit like that. That's going to be way too overpowered for the way that those games were designed. So they would have to like rebuild the entire like enemy system to be able to work in that sort of condition where mods for the weapons and armor are a thing. And I don't see that happening. I don't see that. I do hope the gunplay is more Starfield than Fallout 4. I feel like it's mostly going to be Fallout 4. But I don't know. We're in an interesting spot with the remakes, because it's like how much of the current standard when it comes to both Fallout and the way that they're currently designing their games, to what degree are they going to like advance to their current standard? I think that's still kind of a big question. I don't know why my fucking OBS is lagging so much recently. Like, and it's like, it's weird too. My avatar and then like pop-up notifications and stuff are like a little bit jank, but then like the actual game is smooth as butter, so it looks very odd. Well, if we can actually cook food and not eat raw meat. I mean, you could in New Vegas, not to the same extent that you could in like, Fallout 4. But like, cooking stuff is definitely an option. But yeah, that, like I said, there's a lot of mechanics in like the modern Fallout game that it's like how much of the newer mechanics are they going to put into the
into the older games. I don't think it's going to be a lot, but I think it's going to be at least, you know, like the most important ones, right? Like being able to aim down iron sight, and then like sprinting and stuff. Those are for sure going to be in there. Well, wow. We're all still alive. I count that as a win.
You and me both, darling. That said, I value that man's word about as much as a Brahmin fart.
Oh.
Saul and Polly back on their feet, though, should level the playing field in case he gets any ideas. Solomon, you think...
She doesn't really seem to be addressing the fact that I called that guy boss. So it's like...
I can make it happen, Duchess.
I pretty blatantly made it clear that I work for him.
Pan out quite like we'd hoped. And while I can't magic up a better treasure for you, what I will do is foot you a discount. You'll never pay full price here while I'm still above the ground. Really, it's about the least I could do at this point. Honestly, thank you. We're on our feet now because of you. You take care of yourself.
I wonder, since Obsidian is working with Bethesda, if they'll be sharing assets with them on their project, because otherwise it'll be Bethesda Familiar versus Obsidian New. I feel like it's going to be the same sort of situation as New Vegas, right? New Vegas, as I talked about before, was basically just a big DLC for Fallout 3, but as like its own standalone game. So a lot of the assets and everything, like 90% of the game, from what I'm remembering anyway, was basically just asset flip from Fallout 3. There's definitely, like, you know, specific guns, specific armor, creatures, and individual NPCs, you know, this, that, and the other thing. There was definitely a lot of stuff that was like unique specifically to Fallout New Vegas, but it was all built off of a pre-existing engine and pre-existing assets. So for Bethesda, it's for Obsidian's new game, it's definitely going to be, you know, same game mechanic. It's most likely just going to be like Fallout 4 or Fallout 76's engine, and then like they're using all the same assets. Or at least have access to all the same assets, and then are going to, like, again, probably make some like custom assets and stuff like that. Yeah, that's how I see it going. Because I don't see Bethesda forcing Obsidian to make like an entirely new game. Like, oh, you can't use any of our assets. You got to make the entire thing like brand new. That'd be kind of fucked up. What are we talking about? The Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas remasters, and like, you know, what is going to like change and be utilized from them, and then also like what, you know, sort of like theory crafting is like what a lot of the development process of the Obsidian Fallout game is going to be. Specifically in this case, like if they're going to like be using like assets from the older games, or like, you know, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, stuff like that. Or whether they're going to be like mostly like making their own stuff in-house. Also, hello, Porta Wolf. What is up? How's it going? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't know what that was. I am Lord. Yeah. Let me see here real quick. Okay, I still got the gun. Oh, I can level up. Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on. I gotta stand up. Okay. It goes back to my concern about Fallout 5 architectural wise if they're leaving the East. I mean, like, it was the same with Fallout New Vegas. They used like all the same, maybe not all the same, but like they were able to make the architecture look different enough in New Vegas to where like we can recognize some things that were used in Fallout 3, but as far as like the actual design of the buildings and whatnot it was like very clearly still, you know, of a different location, effectively. There we go. We'll just go hacker. It doesn't matter. I'm good. Just worked out and had dinner. Now I'm watching my favorite green-haired avatar run around in the Appalachian Mountains. I don't fucking know who the hell you're fucking talking about there. We are fucking Dawson, the Raider man, Big Raider boy with our big ball boom shotgun. Boom. This is the shotgun, right? No, yeah, because it's only got 8 bullets. Fucking V. There we go. Yeah, the pump action. You're right. New green-haired avatar overlay. Hell yeah. Oh, the green hair. Yeah, the overlay. The overlay. My Pwing G guy. If there'll be a ton of metal buildings like in Fallout 4 outside of the immediate east side. Again, like I could see like metal buildings specifically. Like, you know, like the whole fucking like Tin Shack. The thing that fucking everybody who's like weirdly obsessed with like the Forever Wasteland theory stuff is always like, oh my god, they won't let them fucking advance past fucking limited metal shacks and stuff like that. I don't see that being the case, right? Like they're definitely still going to, you know, include some in that vein, but as far as like, oh, like, you know, new contents and buildings and structures and stuff, I feel like that's 100% going to be part of the new assets that they make for their game specifically. I wonder where it's going to be. I'm excited to see. Yeah, that was also one thing that we were theorizing a little bit. Because it's Obsidian and it's like a spinoff and stuff, it's hard to know, right? There's not a lot of like super strong you know, points of fucking, what is it? Not a whole lot of strong data points that we can point to be like, oh, like we can definitively say that it's in like this location or that location, right? Like I don't think it was implied anywhere. Like if I remember correctly, I don't think Fallout 3 they reference New Vegas very often, or like Nevada or any place like that. So like I don't know. I could be wrong on that point specifically, but like yeah, I don't know if we have any like hints or clues or anything, because we definitely have some for Fallout 5, right? We 100% got some for Fallout 5, but like an Obsidian spinoff, I don't know if we have anything. I'd love to see it in Texas. Somebody else said something about a Fallout game set in Texas. I think it more is like like a narrative thing, but that was more so, I guess, for Fallout 5, like made by Bethesda specifically. So, you know, one of those like it could happen, but like anyway, I feel like there would need to be like an onus, for like why it would happen. Or like why they would go there specifically. Not like why they would go to Texas. I think it's pretty obvious why they would go to Texas, but like the either narrative or technological reasons that they would go there, right? That's more so where my brain is. Okay, here we go. Eastern expansion of the Legion, maybe. I think, you know what? Now that I'm actually thinking about it, hold on a fucking second. Shut the fuck up. Metal buildings, as in skyscrapers in Boston. Oh, like big, like tower buildings like that. That's an interesting question. I think that they probably could, but I think that it would have to be set in a very specific kind of location, right? Like, you know, we only have one data point to pull from here. Vegas, right? And while they had like larger buildings in Vegas, they were sort of that like mid-range big that like Fallout 3 had, right? They didn't really use a whole lot of like skyscrapers. So I feel as if they were going to, they would probably build something kind of like Boston, right? Where it's like because again, like Obsidian is good at building linear stories. So I feel like if they were to build, or if they were going to use those kinds of assets, they would build them in a way to like, it's a big, like destroyed, crumbling building or not building, like city that you have to like go through. And there's not like a whole bunch of like exploration points inside the city. And it's all sort of like, there's like a word, there's a terminology for it. But it's like, amusement park doesn't feel like the exact terminology, but like you're walking through like a set dressing area instead of like an expanded zone, right? You're walking through a carefully curated part of the game that's not meant to be like super heavily explored. So that's what I could see them doing. A curated experience for sure. Yeah. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm still, because like I talked about this before. I wasn't like the biggest fan of Outer Worlds 2. Specifically because I'm not really the biggest Outer Worlds fan. So like, you know, whatever. But they are specifically, are you winning, son? No, I'm not. Kind of a little bit, actually. Like this is a pretty good stream. Green dye is super rare in the Fallout universe. It is, but funnily enough, we actually have a character in Fallout 76 who has green dyed hair. And it's actually kind of funny because he a little bit looks like Toshi. Like a little bit. It's kind of funny. But he's like his character is like low key like a psychopath. Like a legitimate before the war I like fucking strangled puppies for fun. Like that kind of shit. He's a little Joker reference maybe. It kind of feels like that a little bit, but like not really like the Joker, but sort of like that more like, you know, again, adjacent like general psychopath kind of vibe, but with like a little bit of charisma. But yeah, with a lot of Obsidian's newer stuff, they're still doing like the sort of curated story experience kind of thing, kind of like an amusement park sort of way. Which isn't a bad way to make games, especially since they're good at like building tall as opposed to building wide. But I don't know, as far as like asset use and stuff like that, I feel like especially for like big metal buildings like skyscrapers and whatnot, I feel like those would be used in that sort of manner as set dressing for, again, very specific areas. Again, this all sort of hinges on where they're going to go, which, at least as far as I know, we have absolutely no idea. With Bethesda's games specifically, there's always sort of like a little bit of hinting as to where we're going to go. Like in Fallout 3, they hinted Boston and the Commonwealth and stuff like that. In Fallout 4, they hinted in some terminals Appalachia and West Virginia. With Fallout 5, there's a bit of whoa, this tab just crashed. Hold on. We good? We still here? Dip top, dip top. Bing bing bong. Internet's good. That's good. Okay, stream's still live. Okay, cool. Just the tab crashed. I hope it's San Francisco. Yeah, so that's it. San Francisco was teased multiple times in Fallout 4, so there's a little bit of, like, there's a strong argument for San Francisco in Fallout 5. But as far as Obsidian's game, I don't think we have any kind of, like, data point that we can point to as, like, this is this is somewhere where they could go. But to wrap back around to what Porterwolf said, Eastern expansion of the Legion, I think it would be really interesting. I think it would be kind of boring, actually. Like, if I'm being real with myself, I think it would be kind of boring if they were basically like, we're going to make our Fallout game, Obsidian's like, we're going to make our Fallout game basically everything that we wanted to do with New Vegas that we couldn't do, specifically around like the Legion and a lot of places like east of the Colorado River. I think that'd be really cool, and I think it'd be really interesting, but I also don't really like that from a conceptual standpoint, mostly because, like I said, or like we sort of talked about before in the stream, I don't think it would be a good idea to retread on areas that we've already visited in previous games, right? So like if Fallout 5 or some other game made by Bethesda was to take place in like Appalachia, but in the current timeline, I don't know if that would go over too well. I think that'd be kind of lackluster and kind of boring. There we go. My opinion, anyway. In my humblest opinions. The fear I have is if they bring those metal buildings to the west, which would clearly clash with the previous game's architectural style. Well, that's the thing. They can bring over like the skeletons, like the bare models and stuff like that, and then they can always like make specific asset design for those buildings where all they have to focus on is like the art, right? And they don't have to focus on like, you know, building the skeleton or like the base structure. Because making a video game is effectively the same as like when hand-drawn animation was a big thing, or like comic books or manga. There's a lot of basic outlines that are either saved and then reused, that are, you know, saved and reused. The Jungle Book has the Jungle Book is a good example. There's one specific movement of the characters in Jungle Book that is taken and then reused for a different movie. I can't remember which one. The dance. Yeah, I just can't remember which movie it is. But like they take it and they apply it to a completely different movie. But the animation, maybe it was Robin Hood. Maybe. I can't remember. Point is, that's one of those like shortcut things that they do with animation. And when it comes to video games, they can use the skeletons of specific creature movements, the basic design of building structures, and they can use that as like, you know, the basis of building something new. Like the Snallygasters, the skeleton that was used for them, I believe, is also used for the Terramorphs in Starfield, I think, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was a different creature. I can't remember, but the skeleton of the Snallygaster is reused in some creature or another. I think it was Robin Hood too. Yeah, I can't remember. Again, like the point is, in animation, in comic books, and in video games, there's assets that are saved a lot of the times and reused in different often unrelated segments to make the process easier and faster. While the West staying pretty close to the same. Oh, I missed. Sorry. The East having some kind of technological renaissance is interesting to think about, while the West staying pretty close to the same, but with some areas of improvement as well. To the same areas in real life. Yeah. I feel like that would probably be the way that they go if Obsidian made a game in, again, either like the West Coast or you know, like a central US kind of thing. Again, it's difficult to really talk about these things with any sort of like certainty outside of just pure speculation, because we don't know where they're going. So we can't really say like definitively or with any real degree of certainty, like this is how they would do it since they're going to like this location or whatever. But it like, I can't, I don't know. It's difficult. Locations hinted at in Fallout 4, West Virginia turned into Fallout 76, New York City, San Francisco, DC, Chicago, Toronto, and the moon. Can you imagine if Obsidian's Fallout game was just set on the moon? That'd be insane. Or if there's a part where we like go to the moon for like half a second, like a fucking Mothership Zeta DLC. That'd be funny. I feel like if they did that, they would probably go to like Canada, right? They would probably do that for like a DLC. Which is funny because we were talking about that as well. Like if they were to include like Canada or like parts of Mexico or something like Baja, right? Baja was like teased in, was shown a little bit. Like there was a little bit of Mexico shown in the TV series. I think that'd be really cool. I think that'd be interesting as like a DLC. I think that'd be dope. I was thinking of a different part of the movie. It just makes your point stronger. Yeah, like again, like that's the whole point. A lot of artistically, a lot of stuff like that is reused for ease of convenience and just to help stuff, you know, progress a little bit faster. I want to see if they add Sea of Tranquility. I know, right? There's so much shit they can do. Give me one quick second. I gotta run use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Switch back to the game and pull that up. I need to fucking... There's so much shit I need to do just with my stream in general. I need to, like, really, like, deep dive, see if I can find a thing that allows me to just, like, fucking hit buttons and mess with my vertical stream. Because, like, I have a button on my Stream Deck that allows me to do that, switch between, like, different, pages and views and stuff like that. But it doesn't work for the vertical stream, which is really weird because the vertical, oh wait, no, it does say restream vertical. Ooh, maybe that, no, because yeah, it still says vertical sources there. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, let's see. My fear is that they'll make the Fallout world feel smaller because they use the metal buildings outside of the East, but their metal skyscrapers weren't a uniquely Eastern thing. I mean, like, yeah, regardless, I feel like the world is going to be smaller in general. Like, because this is something I talked about a couple of times, and every once in a while get pushed back against. And I feel like the people who push back either just like aren't either fully understanding or just aren't just like vehemently disagreeing with my point. But Bethesda or New Vegas specifically, New Vegas feels like a much smaller game because I think it might be a little bit smaller than Fallout 3. I think. But it feels like a smaller game because Fallout New Vegas is a much more linear story game. So it's a lot more railroaded in a sense, right? It's a lot more along a very specific path. So a lot of the areas that you go to and travel, like caves or different parts of the wasteland, like there's some stuff that happens, right? Like where is it? Like Camp Searchlight's a good example. What is it? There's another location. I'm trying to remember. I have technically Quarry Junction, but like that's not like the fucking area where the boomers are. I can't remember but like that area of the map. But the in between those locations, because there's the main locations, right? Good Springs, Good Springs, the Outpost, and Nipton, Novak, and then you're just in Vegas, right? Those are the major locations. And then there's smaller locations like scattered across the map. There's Jacobstown. There's, I can't remember, there's the Boomer territory. And then there's Camp Searchlight. There's those main areas, but all of the areas in between those major locations are just kind of empty, There's not really a whole lot going on. So it doesn't feel like there's as much in the game, which in turn makes the game feel smaller, right? Like it is a lot more of a tight experience, right? It's a tighter gameplay experience, but because you have those large stretches of nothing, and then again, like cave systems that don't really have a whole lot going on them and are literally just like empty cave systems, it doesn't fill out the game, right? It doesn't fill the game with more stuff or like more stories or anything. You can kind of make the same argument for Fallout 4, the map specifically, but you'd be very hard pressed to be like, oh, the areas between like the major locations aren't as memorable, right? Like the fucking Gorski cabin, the fucking what's that one area? The quarry, Salem. I'm trying to think of some other ones. A lot of like the areas where the vaults are scattered around. Swan Pond, that one location that's like a water purification facility that's all like infested with like super mutants, and then you go in there and it's a whole like you got to slowly drain the water, and there's fucking like crabs and shit like that. Fucking what is it? There's that little like cabin museum kind of cabin thing where like a famous writer did like writings and stuff like that. I can't remember the name of the location, but like there's a lot of individual locations in the world space that are incredibly memorable Walden Pond, that's it. That are incredibly memorable, specifically because of the environmental storytelling that happens in those locations. Like the fucking retirement home where they got fucking like, they were just stuffing the dead old people in the basement. We remember those things because there's, at the very least, environmental storytelling going on. There is the same in some locations in Fallout New Vegas, but because that's not really the major focus of the way Obsidian designs their games, there's not as big of an onus to make those incredibly memorable locations between the major locations. It's a design choice. One isn't worse than the other, but in my opinion, that's what makes these games, like Fallout 4 for specifically, feel a lot bigger because there's a lot more stuff going on in the world as opposed to just everywhere else, right? It's a very it's built dense, right? It's again the built wide versus the built tall design approach. That's just my thoughts and opinions anyway. Kind of like apparently there's one big-eyed alien lady with The Force Awakens dated Jax, the diner owner from Attack of the Clones, making the VAT SW universe feel small. The fuck did you just say to me? Kind of like how apparently that one big-eyed lady from The Force Awakens, from The Force Awakens, big-eyed lady, I don't remember her specifically, dated Jax, the diner owner from Attack of the Clones, making the vast SW universe feel smaller. The vast Star Wars. Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I get the concept you're talking about. Because like in Star Wars specifically, because there's like fucking so many people scattered across like a bajillion different planets and stuff, having them just so happen to also be in like a relationship or whatever, even though they live and were seen in completely different parts of like the story universe, makes it feel a lot smaller because they somehow both ran into each other. I get that. Okay. Yeah. It is very much the same sort of connotation. Your example more so in a story sort of approach. Whereas mine is in more of like a world building approach, but it is the same concept. I get you. I agree. Established movie character, known and dated established movie character in a vast galaxy of trillions of people, basically. Yeah. For Fallout 76, should I do a level 20 loadout of the vault, or should I build from level 2? I mean, that kind of depends. That really all depends on whether or not you're looking to like jump immediately into the game, or whether you just want to like start from go and just like, goof around and have fun with it. In the run we're doing right now, I started at level 2, so I started small. I wanted to do it all the way from the beginning, but I don't think there's really like a big difference. It just kind of quickly, like, how quickly do I want to become like a viable combatant effectively. I don't think there's a wrong answer. I usually go with like, RPG wise, I usually go like the beginning. So just to like go straight for it. Okay. I had some questions about the Overseer logs you left behind.
Sometimes I honestly thought they'd be the last things I'd get to say to everyone.
I'm still looking for all of them. I have to find all of them. I can't just find like 5 of them and like be good. God damn it. I spent fucking 2 weeks doing fuck all, basically, in this game. God damn it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I do need to find all of them. All right. That's fucking... Okay, sure. I really wish I knew where all of them were then. Let's zip bop boobity bop on down here, and then we can, like, goof around down here for a heckin' sheckin'. Okay, so that's 5. What if I do Flatwoods? Flatwoods is closer. I just haven't done Power Armor build, which one I would do if it mattered. I mean, if you're doing like specific builds and specific runs and stuff like that, you would probably want to do like the fast-paced one, so like jump straight to 20. But I don't think it really matters, in my opinion. It just kind of all depends on what your end goal with whatever run or whatever build you're doing. Oh, fuck. I just remembered somebody in chat wanted me to do like a fucking camp tour. I completely forgot because I was fucking probably fucking expunging way too much about the Bethesda updates and shit. God damn it. Boing. 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 What am I doing again? Fuck. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, I'm just fucking like running down here. Ooh, what's that? Oh yeah, the farm. I don't really want to go to the farm right now. Let's go, because like story-wise, this is basically our next target. So we're just kind of like going like blah, 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 or just like blah, 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 and like blah, 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 you know, looking around and stuff like that. But this is where we're heading next. Down here to because that's the Capitol building for Charleston. I don't remember what this location specifically is called, but that's where we're heading. Whip out the shotty. Oh, whip out the shotty. There we go. Ooh. A garage. Ooh. Fucking feral ghoul. Weak feral ghoul? More like dead feral ghoul. Am I right or am I right? Are we just like fucking running in circles now? Yeah, there you are. I was like, what is happening? What is this Looney Tune shit we got going on? Alright. Sick. Ooh. No. I was like, I could put some stuff away, but then it's like, nah, I don't really want to do that, because I would probably I would want to scrap stuff, first and foremost. Bitch. You got dead. You dead as hell. Okay. Actually might do that, just to free up a little bit of space. Let's do... where is it? Come on. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's junk some stuff. We probably don't have a whole lot, but just to kind of get some stuff off of our plate. Interesting. I think we're good, though, because this one prevents diseases and stuff. This one's just a mask. Okay. Where is it? Yes, scrap box. There we go. Sir. I remember for a while waiting to have a junk recycler mod for a long time, but 76 taught me that it would not matter at all in Fallout 4. Oh, like you wanted like a way to scrap junk in Fallout 4, like you couldn't in Fallout 76. Yeah. It kind of already, the game like kind of already does that by default, right? Seeing as how we have infinite spaces in a workbench. Yeah. Plus, it's like, you know, the game already sort of like does that for you a little bit. Like if you have junk items, you don't have to like break them down into raw material. It just uses the raw material in the item for whatever you're building, which I think, me personally, I think that's actually probably the better way to go about doing it from like a design standpoint. But I guess that sort of hinges more so on Fallout 76, leaning more. I'm going the wrong ass way because I want to be up there. Yeah, this way. It kind of hinges more on Fallout 76 being a much more linear, or not linear, a much more direct, like survival adventure kind of game, right? Kind of like how it was in the early days, with like, you know, if you don't drink or eat, you'll die. PvP all over the place, or PvE all over the place. I don't fucking know what the difference between PvE and PvP is. Because like one is like you're fighting specifically the players, and then the other is like you're fighting the players and the environment, like the NPCs and whatnot. But yeah, it's moved away from being like a hardcore survival game. So I feel like if they were to sort of like revisit that would be a place where that system would feel a lot more out of place, specifically because you would focus more on oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. Okay, turret doesn't actually want to shoot me. That's pretty based. Thank you, turret. Oh, God. You do, though. Bam! Eat shotgun. Hold on, I gotta reload. I didn't even pull out the shotgun. I pulled out the fucking, the fucking ass blaster 6000. I gotta be a little bit better about that. That could have ended badly for me. PvE is when you don't fight the players. Oh, okay, fair enough. Not sure why I wanted it. Now that I think about it, if the settlements are all connected, then there's no reason to recycle and take out specific amounts of... Yeah. But, I mean, you know, whatever. In 76, I have 200 of all junk, 400 of steel and wood, and 0 concrete. I'm going to just go off of what I have in this build, because I'm so fucking abundantly rich in every building material on my on my main on Toshi. It's unacceptable. I probably have like a fucking couple thousand wood and like the same for like iron and shit. But like, yeah, I don't know how much it is, but like it's a lot because I have Fallout first, so I have the infinite fucking scrap junk box thing, which is still I still not. I don't know. Whoa. All right. It's an online game. I get it, but like, I'm still not a big fan of that. There's crabs. Oh fuck, there's crabs. River Gorge Resort. Oh, hey. How the fuck about that? Eventually, you don't need more than 200 of those materials. No, yeah, exactly. What I actually should probably do is probably just take those materials and fucking like start distributing them across different like donation boxes and stuff like that. Because like I'm absolutely not going to be fucking using that much ever. There we go. Partially because I don't really see myself like moving house anytime soon, like moving my camp somewhere else. So it's like I'm not gonna need all these resources to like rebuild or anything. That way. Yeah. 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 I'm running. Kablam. Kablam. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Shit. There we go. Hell yeah. I always get fucking... I always fucking get so geeked when I fucking run into those situations where like like an enemy is right in front of me and I'm shooting and I just keep fucking missing and I'm like, oh no, this is it. This is where all of my training fails me. This way. Yes. I want to cross the big bridge. Concrete takes up weight. Yeah, concrete's pretty fucking heavy. Concrete, because I mean, like, obviously, well, again, because I have like the fucking stash box thing or like the resource box or whatever the hell it's called, and that doesn't have weight. It's kind of, you know, a non-issue, but like still, if you don't have it, then it's like, yeah, you don't need like crazy high amounts of anything really.
I swear, my head ain't right these days.
Raider scum. Not so much because he was a raider, because I'm also a raider, but just because he was worse than me. Piece of shit. Fuck you. What's the best and worst DLC in your opinion, not counting stuff like the stashes in New Vegas? So we're not counting the stashes. Are we taking out the what is it? Are we not including the fuck, what was it? The workshop stuff in Fallout 4. Specifically, is that not including the Vault Tech workshop? Because that did have like story DLC behind it, but it was mostly you know, another fucking like contraptions DLC basically. Bam. Just fucking hip checking the fucking median here for no reason. Let's see. Do we got any boas on deck? Yeah, we got boas on deck. I wonder if I could actually make the entire run. I probably I don't know, I probably couldn't. Pioneer Scouts athletics course.
Sorry, friend. This course is for Pioneer Scouts only.
Fuck! Fair enough. All right. Yeah. Are you by any particular chance the Wanderer? Like the content. I say the content creator, but there's 2 different Wanderers. There's Wanderer 2287, who's a buddy of mine. He's pretty cool. He hasn't really done Fallout content in a while. But then there's the Wanderer, the content creator who I actually had to double check because I hadn't seen any new content from him in a while, and he actually hasn't made any. He actually hasn't published any content on his channel since Camelworks died. Like the last thing on his channel is like a tribute to Camelworks, which is really odd, really interesting. I don't know. I used to be really into a lot of the stuff he made. This stuff was pretty badass, and then he just stopped making content a couple years ago, which is crazy. He was a big name, and I think still is. I know he's on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I don't know if he's like still posting on Twitter and stuff. But like, yeah, I don't know what happened to him. There we go. Okay. Bam. Ha ha. I'm so good at shooting. The Wanderer, he just streamed 7 hours ago. Oh, did he? Now I have to double check. I have to look at it. Or are we talking about a different The Wanderers? Is it? No, the oh no, I'm thinking of Lone Vault Wanderer. That's it. Lone Vault Wanderer. But like he goes specifically by like Wanderer as his moniker. But his actual channel is called Lone Vault Wanderer. Oh, wait, no. That was 4 months ago? He died. Wow, why am I thinking fucking years at this point? No, yeah. His last video was from 4 months ago. And it was a remembrance a memorial rather to Camelworks. He's been doing what I do. He's been doing live streaming. No, his last live stream was fucking two years ago. Has it been shorts?
It looks like the bloody Megazord! To celebrate the launch of Burning Springs and Fallout 76, I've partnered with Bethesda
my fucking
to
God,
go
YouTube.
camp hunt.
Shut the fuck up. God. YouTube fucking lags so fucking bad sometimes. The inshitification of the platform. No, his last short was 6 months ago. Where'd he go? That's so weird. There we go. I have a Nuka Diner camp for Fallout 76 right now. My backup or mini build is a Slocum's Joe train. That sounds kind of funny. A train designed in a Slocum's Joe skin. That's pretty funny. I'd really like the how like big the yeah. I really like how big the camp building community in Fallout 76 is. It's so cool. That was a whole pack for it too. Hell yeah. What platform? Like what platform I'm on? PC. PC, let's go. I'm gonna slide away from fucking this shit. I never actually fucking released the video, but like back when I can't remember if it was when Squid Games initially dropped or if it was like around the time season 2 was like scheduled to drop. But me, let's see, it was me, Wanderer 2287, fuck, what was his name? A different buddy of mine, and then another content creator. I'm blanking on the name of right now. What is it? Well, like another content creator. We all like got together and we did red light, green light on the bridge here. It was really fun. Bam! You got dead, son. I'll take these. Yeah, I'll take all those. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah! I really like this bridge. This bridge is real fun. I would only count the ones that add new stuff to the games and one that adds perks or snow/sand ground. What? Oh, like camp stuff. Okay, yeah, I get you. The way you reload to show you directly in your face that you're pulling the bolt back and such is probably a big reason why they do left-handed. Oh, yeah, like, so you see, like, the actual reload animation. Yeah, I get that, yeah. I don't know, that's just, like, kind of the standard when it comes to, yeah, like that. You can see it do that. That's just kind of the standard for like, any FPS game, right? I can't really think of any that don't have that sort of left-handed reload system. Because it just looks cool when you see like, oh my god, he's reloading the gun. And it's like, oh my god, gameplay. I'm gonna see if I can get this. I probably can't. Ah, nope. Alright. Fair enough. Oh, fuck. I wasn't paying attention. Shit. Nope. Oh my god. There we go. Assholes. I looked away for like fucking half a second. And then it's like, here's 4 ghouls. I mean, there was only 2, but like, hot damn. I don't believe so. Yeah, and like I don't know. It's one of those things that's like, it's the standard, but like, it's still like odd. It's still like it's the standard, but it's kind of like what is it? Distracting if you like, you know, really clock it, right? Like you notice it and then it's like bam. Oh, fucker. Oh my god. See, like, that's the thing. I'm fucking, like, cooked. Fucking, like, absolutely goated at, like, range. But then when it's, like, fucking, they're, like, right up in my face, I, like, miss every single shot. I'm so fucking bad. You should use your whirlwind shout to make that gap. Whirlwind shout. Oh, that's fucking. I was like, what is that from? And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's one of those. That's one of the shouts that I didn't really use a whole lot in Skyrim. I don't remember what my like most used one was. What like for at the time I want to say it was Fos Roda, but I feel like there was another one I used pretty frequently. Hot bullet case potentially hitting you in the face. Yeah. Oh, other games have the gun in the same position, but the guns are right-handed, so the bullets eject to your right instead of potentially in your face. Bam! Bitch. Oh, I gotta get the ice cream shop. Hold on. I should actually probably eat and drink, too. Id game. Oop. Oh, blah. Blah. I should... well, no, I guess I'm doing okay. Oop. On ammo. Because I was thinking, like, I should probably stop using my shotgun ammo because I don't replenish shotgun ammo as quickly. Oh, shit. But now I'm in a situation where I fucking absolutely should use. There we go. Okay. We're good. Oh, my God. Look at that view. Holy shit, chat. Oh, my God. I'm over encumbered, too. Picking up so much garbage. Okay. Let me see if I can... Nah, I'd have to move... I'd have to go somewhere else. Well, there we go. Let me see here real quick. Okay, so we're 1 over. I could actually probably fix that by eating and drinking. Ant meat, boiled water, canned coffee, canned dog food, a carrot, another carrot, a corn, another corn, all of the corns, apples. Okay, there we go. And then we need drink. Too much, but that works. Oh yeah, the DLC thing. For the entire franchise, I would say the worst, in my opinion, I would say that the worst one is probably, let's see, what was it? I'd say the worst one would probably be, fuck, what was it? Worst one would probably be Broken Steel, specifically because I don't really feel like it, I don't know. I just remember it being a very sort of like mid experience. It was cool that I got to like continue playing after the end of the game. But I don't really have a whole lot of like super fond memories of it. So I would probably say that. And then as far as best, there's two for best. It would either be Far Harbor, actually maybe 3, actually. It would either be Far Harbor because it was such a well-written world space and well-written story, or Nuka World because it was just like stupid crazy fun, or what is it, the Automatron DLC because it just like broke everything about Fallout 4, and big robots. big robots. Hey Monty, how's it going? Well, the Frontier has problems, but it will at least be better than anything Obsidian will make. Nope. Objectively wrong. I haven't played much of Fallout. Only made it to like level 4 in Fallout 3. Level 4 specifically? That's not very far at all. In 3? 3 only? You should really give Fallout 4 a try. Either Fallout 4 or Fallout 76. Either or would be solid. IMO. 14? Oh, did I misread? Oh, 14 in Fallout 3. I don't know why my brain read that as 3, but yeah, fair. There we go. But yeah, you should definitely give. I think Fallout 4 specifically would probably be a better experience, quote unquote. It's a little bit more of a like modern game experience. You know, comparatively, it is still like, you know, a decade old game at this point, but generally, I recommend that a little bit more often because it's a bit more of an approachable and flexible RPG experience. It's not to the extent as pure of an RPG experience as, like, you know, Fallout 3 or Fallout 4. Or, well, not Fallout 4, Fallout 3. New Vegas specifically, I guess. Fallout 3 was all right, though. But in terms of just, like, an easier game to get into with less of, like, an RPG overhead, 4 is definitely the way to go. Or 76, but 4 is more of, like, a closer to, like, baseline Fallout experience. Let's see. I kind of hope synths aren't really present outside of Boston. I don't think they are. The only onus that we have in any other game is Fallout 3, and that was just as a very specific story that was more so probably meant to tease Fallout 4 specifically. Okay, there we go. Sorry, my chat's kind of weird sometimes, so I gotta like visually like recalculate where I am. To me, it felt like it should have been part of the main game. Wait, what should have been part of the main game? I think one of your posts didn't go through. I enjoyed 3 more because my HP regenerated. Might have been a perk, to be honest. I think it was because there is definitely a perk in Fallout in Fallout New Vegas as well as Fallout 4. I don't think it's a perk in Fallout 4. I think it might actually be like, oh, it's the what is it? It's the it's an upgrade. It's a body mod that you can get from Dr. Usanagi. That's what the health regen thing is in New Vegas specifically. In Fallout 4 and Fallout 3, it's a perk, if I remember specifically. I think Tango responded to something in your rant about DLC. Yeah, like that's again one of those things where like I missed specifically what the context was because they mentioned it at the time that I was talking about it, and I missed like I missed specifically what it was they were referring to. Part of the main game broken still. Oh yeah. It definitely feels like the most like this should have been the main game. But especially for Fallout 3, because none of the other Fallout games had like a post game section. It didn't, you know, it wasn't as big of a it wasn't as big of like, you know, the move, right? Why add a post game segment as part of Fallout 3 when every other game before that didn't have a post game segment, right? But it is still one of those things where like it feels like the best, like if there were to be a post game segment, this is what it would have been, and it probably should. Or let me rephrase that. Broken Steel specifically feels the closest, as you said, like it should have been in the main game, as opposed to being a DLC thing. And I think maybe that might have been like it originally was, like the desired ending for the game. But then they like changed it last minute. I feel like maybe that's the case, but it could also not be the case. You know, I might be just misremembering that specifically. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting how some of those things come together and whatnot. I think for the right now though, I'm just not sure what could be done about synths that wasn't already done in Fallout 4 and Fallout 3's Blade Runner Quest. I don't think they're going to do anything with synths outside of Fallout 4 specifically. It's a contextual thing or a locational thing. It doesn't have anything to do with or it's specifically a thing for Fallout 4, so it doesn't really have any presence anywhere else in the game. So I'd be incredibly surprised if we saw it literally anywhere else, because it wouldn't make any sort of narrative sense. For right now, though, I think we're going to start wrapping up the stream. I thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed, like, comment, share, subscribe, ring the bell if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch or TikTok, hit the follow button. Helps me out a whole hell of a lot. Check the description for all my socials on YouTube. Check the below the stream on Twitch. And check the link in my bio on TikTok for all the socials and whatnot. This was a good stream. This was pretty. It's crazy that 2 weeks in a row, we have a big giant yap session about major stuff that happened in Bethesda, in the Fallout space. You know, this, that, and the other thing. First, it was all the layoffs and stuff. The reveal that Obsidian is going to be working on a new Fallout game, and then it's all the stuff that got announced today around, like, you know, all the updates that Bethesda said that they're going to, you know, be rolling out, and like the way that they're communicating with us now, or at least, you know, seem to be setting precedents. I'm also gonna imagine you kill some random person and they had a synth component with no sign or hints of them being a synth, just a reference. I mean, if it's a reference, that's I don't see a problem with that. We've established that synths are a thing in the universe, so it wouldn't be like completely outside of the realm of possibility, like you find somebody who is a synth that escaped from Boston and just traveled real far. I don't think that's you know, an unreasonable character choice. Yeah, in my opinion. As far as the streaming go, as far as streaming goes, again, we're going to start wrapping it up. This is going to be the end of today's stream. We're going to be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm still not 100% certain, but we ran polls and stuff to see if people wanted us to play more, jump back into Assassin's Creed Black Flag, goof around with that a little bit more. Or since that's like, the new game, or if people want us to get back into Baldur's Gate 3 and continue our Baldlock run. YouTube seems incredibly in favor of our Baldlock run in Baldur's Gate 3, which I was actually kind of surprised about. That's pretty badass. The Discord seems to be more in favor of Assassin's Creed. I'm a little bit torn on it. I kind of want to get back in and do Assassin's Creed a little bit more, specifically because 1, I love Assassin's Creed. Black Flag is fucking awesome. But then 2, what was it? We didn't get to spend as much time playing the game because we had all these like fucking issues with like 1, getting the game to run properly, and then we had all these crashes and stuff like that. So maybe we'll do 1 more week of Black Flag, and then we'll get back into Baldur's Gate 3. Remember that old Lego Miners game? Yeah, Lego Rock Raiders. And then they did somebody did a like full like remaster of the game. We played that on stream too. That was really fun. That was a good time. But yeah, that's probably what this weekend is going to look like. We're going to jump back into Black Flag, since the game is now a little bit more stable because we fucking figured out what was causing like the crashes and stuff like that, and a lot of the like delays and disconnections and whatnot. That's probably what we'll do. We'll probably jump back into that, at least for this weekend, and then next weekend we'll jump back into our Baldur's Gate playthrough, because apparently people will really want to see more of that. But yeah, so that's what the plan is this weekend. As I said, same time, same place as usual, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. It's going to be fun. We'll talk more about any, new developments as far as Bethesda and Obsidian goes, if anything pops up. And we're obviously going to have our finger on the pulse of that for like a good while. But if anything new pops up, you'll be sure to hear about it from me. Thank you all so much for enjoying and watching the stream today. It was great. Great stream. Lots of fun conversations. Lots to talk about. There's a lot of stuff going on for Bethesda and Fallout right now. It's great. I'm super excited. Like I said, we're going to be back 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. I hope to see you all there. Have a good night. Have a good day. The weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. All right. You guys have a good night. Drink water. Take it easy. Get plenty of rest. Fucking make a weekend out of it. All right. Thank you all for showing up. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.